Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Can I ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence, please?
We have apologies, Chair, from Assembly Member Ahmad.
Thank you. Firstly, can I provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? The Assembly began the new term with a lively Mayor's question time. Last week, a confirmation hearing was held to assess the Mayor's proposed reappointment to Deputy Chair of Transport for London. The Confirmation Hearings Committee questioned Heidi Alexander and informed the Mayor that they agreed with the appointment. Yesterday, the Police and Crime Committee looked at how the Met Police plan to ensure that violent crime doesn't creep back to pre-pandemic levels this summer. Can I now move on to declarations of interest? Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2, and can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? Assembly.
I can't recall which motion it is, but it relates to my employer. So I'll be absenting myself from the meeting during that discussion.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Rogers. Any other declarations? Can I now move on to the minutes? Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly's annual meeting held on the 14th of May 2021 to be signed by me as a correct record?
Very good.
Thank you. Now we come to arguably the main business of the day, a question and answer session on COVID-19 and the current performance and future challenges for the Greater London Authority, Transport for London, London Fire Brigade and the Metropolitan Police. And joining us at City Hall we have the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, and joining us virtually for today's session we have Andy Byford, who is the Commissioner for Transport for London, Andy Rowe, who is Commissioner for the London Fire Brigade, and Sir Stephen House, Deputy Commissioner of Police of the Metropolis. Welcome to you all to this meeting. There are 4 lead-off questions, and Assembly members may ask supplementary questions after each question has been answered. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their question. Guests, we would be grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all of the questions that we have for you. The first question today is in the name of Assembly Member Duval. Assembly Member Duval.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The health, social and economic crises caused by the pandemic are the biggest set of challenges London has faced since the Second World War. Over 19,000 Londoners have died with COVID and 300,000 Londoners have lost their jobs during the pandemic, with the effects of the pandemic hitting the worst off the hardest. We've been working hard throughout to support Londoners through this the most difficult of times, working with the government to secure vaccines for London, lobbying ministers for economic support, advocating for evidence-based policy changes like the introduction of face masks well before their use became widespread, and supporting Londoners in need, including committing millions of pounds of support to organisations providing services to London's most vulnerable. The massive reduction in ridership during the first lockdown has been catastrophic for TfL's finances. The latest funding agreement provides TfL with financial support until December, but it's not the deal I wanted. I want to continue to work with the government on reaching the long-term financial settlement that is vital for TfL to play its full role in London's recovery. Despite the challenges, TfL has maintained a safe and clean transport network for essential journeys during the toughest of times. The Met Police Service has also more than risen to the challenges created by the pandemic, whether through enforcing rapidly changing COVID-19 regulations, explaining rules to keep people safe, or shutting down unlicensed music events. And the Met Police has continued to bear down on violent crime, as well as tackling the increased risk of domestic and child sexual abuse we've seen during the pandemic. The London Fire Brigade has had to change some of its training and community work, and the pandemic has had clear impacts on its workforce, but it's maintained response times throughout. It's also gone above and beyond its standard duties, supporting the London Ambulance Service and the pandemic multi-agency response teams, helping to set up vaccination centres and directly supporting the communities in which they work every day. It's been the hardest period our city has seen in decades, but we've all worked together to pull each other through. As the vaccine rollout continues and we cautiously reopen, we've now launched Let's Do London to help attract Londoners and visitors from across the UK back to central London and support jobs. This will be vital in helping to get London back on its feet and building a better and brighter future for all Londoners.
Chair, I've got no further questions to follow up, but I am down in asking Assembly Member Ahmed's questions, who's not here today because of a medical emergency in her family. Shall I continue?
Please do.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, so this is on behalf of Assembly Member Ahmed. What actions are you taking to support Londoners who've lost income or jobs as a result of the pandemic? And what more can the government do in supporting you and these institutions in creating good quality jobs for London?
Yeah, thanks for your question. As I said in answer to my main question to you, over the last year we've unfortunately lost more than 300,000 jobs, and there's more than 1 million who are on furlough, which will end in September. So we're using the adult education budget devolved to us is about £300 million to focus on protecting the jobs we have, supporting the creation of new jobs, but also helping those who lose their jobs back into work. And we've ring-fenced £32 million of that in relation to the Good Work Fund, particularly supporting future-proof sectors, green, digital, creative, health and social care. We are, and Andy Byfield will speak to this later, in relation to transport shovel-ready projects, in relation to how we can support the green economy. But we have said to the government, we've got a number of initiatives in London which would address the government's objectives, but also support people gain the skills for new jobs and also kickstart the economy.
And just, look, going in terms of the challenges we faced on reskilling and the skills agenda and stroke education, we know that in times of that turn down and economic challenges, also dealing with some of the issues arising from Brexit, that we need to do something around education and reskilling. So one of the issues that you've been given in the centralisation process was on the adult education funding. Now that has been halved since 2008, right? You have called on for the London AAB, it's called the adult education funding, to be restored to 2008 levels, up to 640 odd million. How have the government responded to those calls? And then if you could just speak wider about some of that skills agenda, about what we need to do, as you see it, for the future of Londoners.
I mean, I'd suggest that skills is the issue upon which the various metro mayors across the country of all sides agree on the most in relation to the need for more devolution of skills to the metro mayors across the country. There's now 10 of us. And so this is one area we've made some progress in relation to piloting of some of the funding. We're keen to have more funds delegated to the metro mayors across the country. A good example is the apprenticeship levy. We don't think it's quite fit for purpose. Another good example is skills between 16 and 19. And the key thing we're keeping an eye on, and this is one of our joint lobbying efforts, is the CSR later on this year. Because the comprehensive spending review is an opportunity for the government to entrust the metro mayors to help with the levelling up agenda. And the final part of that jigsaw, Len, is the new UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which, if you remember, was for us to receive the monies we otherwise received from Brussels, and we're hoping that that leads to levelling up across the country, but also levelling up within cities where we know there's huge levels of inequality as well.
We know the skills agenda isn't just good for individuals, it's good for the collective strength of the UK economy. If we get it right nationally or get it right regionally, it will have an impact. It's good for people, it should be good for our economy, and makes sense in investing in that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one thing where we agree with the government 100%. This actually is a profound issue of what is the future of our country. Is it a high-skilled, well-paid economy, or is it less regulation, low skilled, are raised to the bottom. I think the government agrees with us. We've got to have a country, and that obviously includes the capital city, that's focused towards future-proof sectors, high-skilled jobs, where we're competing with the most industrialised, successful countries in the world, rather than competing with economies which would lead to a reduction in wages, a reduction in skills, and a reduction in living standards.
Thank you.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you. My question is for the Mayor. This last year has been extremely difficult financially for many families in our city. The Trussell Trust in London has said that the number of people requiring food parcels has more than doubled, and almost 160,000 of those went to children in our city. Can I ask, how did the GLA respond to increasing poverty and food insecurity during the pandemic? And what lessons have been learned for future work?
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid I've visited too many food banks over the last 5 years, and there's been an acceleration of the need for them over the last 15, 16 months. The latest figures we had before the pandemic said there were 2 million Londoners who were in need, who were insecure food supplies, and of those 400,000 were children. And so it's a big issue. And so we've been doing a number of things. Firstly, we've been using the limited resources we have to support community food hubs across the city. We've supported 52. Every single borough has had our support. There's the London Food Board food aid subgroup that's working towards helping those communities where there's a big issue. We've also financially supported the voluntary and community sector who've done a huge amount of brilliant work over the last 16 months. One of the 9 missions the London Recovery Board has is for there to be a decent safety net for Londoners, and that's addressing issues like this, the issue of food insecurity, food poverty, including actually those who are working, doing the right thing, and still living in poverty.
Thank you. Can I ask, obviously you've put money in your budget and into those recovery work streams. What will that money be spent on going forward? What are your future plans?
So lots of work is going to be done in relation to the supply of food, including grown food in London. We are concerned about supply chains, particularly with Brexit and concerns around food price inflation. So the more we can have food security, the better. We're also trying to make sure across London there are plans, within boroughs and communities about what they can do to support those in food insecurity. One of the things we're working to, and it goes back to the question Len asked, is to make sure Londoners are in better paid, high skilled jobs above the London living wage, so they're less reliant upon food assistance when they are working.
Now, obviously, during the pandemic, local authorities stepped up and actually fed many of their residents in conjunction with that voluntary sector. And they've complained that the government has not funded them adequately for that. And going forward, can I ask, what more can government do to alleviate these issues, and what representations are you making?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think in London, the two particular challenges we face where the government can help is in relation to universal credit and child benefit. I'm hoping that the temporary uplift for £20, which I support, and I think the government did well to increase that, should be made permanent. The cost of living in London is just far more expensive than it should be, and there should be an increase in child benefit as well. The beauty of child benefit has always been it goes into the pocket of mum, who can make sure it goes towards helping child. And that's why I think it's really important for those two things to support families. Many of them are working, by the way, in relation to the challenges of food insecurity. The other big issue the government can do is support us in relation to reducing the cost of living in London, in relation to more affordable homes, more council homes, in relation to not asking us to increase transport fares, big issue, and also for there to be more and more employers paying the London living wage. And I think this is a good example. We can work closely with the government. We're on the same side. We agree this is an important issue, and I think this is a good example where we can demonstrate my building bridges approach is about working with the government on an issue that's common to Londoners, that the government can play a role in, City Hall can, local councils can, and the business community can as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Chair, and good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to the Assembly. Now, as we transition into assessing how we can recover from the pandemic, naturally we'll need to ensure we have a sharp analysis of what exactly went wrong during the pandemic and the effects on our communities. So to that end, I wanted to bring our focus to the Public Health England report that showed obviously the disproportionate effects of the virus on particularly BAME communities. So my question to you, Mr. Mayor, is how effective was your action that took to reduce the inequalities in relation to COVID during the pandemic?
Well, we noticed, thanks for your question, we noticed quite early, just upon some of the names I was seeing when I was writing condolence letters, that there appeared to be a disproportionate number of Black, Asian, minority ethnics who were losing their lives because of the pandemic. And so quite quickly I wrote to the Equalities and Human Rights Commission for them to look into whether there was an issue of disproportionality affecting Black, Asian, minority ethnic Londoners. We also, it was clear from those Londoners who work in the gig economy, in Zara's contract, that many of them had no choice but to go to work to get money to put food on the table and pay for the roof over their head. So we also lobbied the government to record ethnicity on death certificate in hospitals so we could monitor if our suspicion was proved right, and the government acceded to our request, but also the Equalities and Human Rights Commission are looking into this. Separately, Professor Kevin Fenton did a piece of work which confirmed our initial suspicion, borne out by our experience, that there did appear to be this pandemic both exposing and exacerbating the structural and racial inequalities that exist in our society. So we've done lots of things to try and address that in relation to risk assessments. We've done for the functional bodies. One of the first things Andy Byford's team did at TfL was to undertake risk assessments to make sure those who may have underlying health issues were taken off the front line for their own safety. We've made sure during the course of the pandemic the Employment Rights Hub is assisting Londoners who may have issues in relation to their employment prospects, and we've also financially supported the London Community Resilience Fund, who are on the front line giving support financially to those communities, particularly Black, Asian, minority ethnic, who need financial support as well.
Fantastic to hear, particularly the aspect on ensuring that we monitor and ensure ethnicity is recorded on the death certificate so that data is accurate and can inform our strategy going forward. I just wanted to build on this point again about the inequalities that BAME communities have experienced during the pandemic, and maybe even take a step back and do the analysis that a lot of people are doing, which is perhaps this is resonant of wider health inequalities faced by BAME communities. So we, I think, know now that Black women are 5 times more likely to die in maternity during childbirth, and South Asian women are 3 times more likely. So I think that for many people, they were drawing a context that perhaps these inequalities faced during the pandemic are resonant of wider health inequalities faced by these communities. So to speak to that particular point, how are you working as Mayor to build confidence between these communities and the health services? You know, something that I suspect many of us know is there is, often for good reasons, a lack of trust and confidence between some communities and those in positions of power and influence. And that was best illustrated by hesitancy amongst some communities. Why was it some communities didn't have the confidence in relation to the vaccine? Answer, because their experience had been not to trust pharmaceutical companies, not to trust positions of power and influence, and so forth. And so we did a huge amount of work to try and build confidence in these communities. I want to give huge credit to the government appointing Nadeem Zahawi to be the vaccines minister, who realised this early doors and had the humility to ask others to do the work to rebuild confidence, because he had the humility to accept he may not be the best person, but he worked with community leaders, with clerics, with those nurses and others who did have confidence in communities to lead on building confidence. And Kevin Fenton's done a lot of work in relation to this, about how we use the good work done over the last few months to use in other areas as well. You mentioned mortality rates, good example. So let's not stop doing the trust and confidence work now the pandemic's coming towards the end. Fingers crossed, hopefully. Let's carry on. The last London Recovery Board last week, or early this week, I forgot which day of the week it is, we've agreed to have a subgroup looking at structural inequalities, building on the work of Professor Kevin Fenton, a number of key players across London, the MPS, LFB, TfL, anchor institutions, but also community groups will be supporting us to try and use, I hate to use the opportunity, but use the opportunity created by the pandemic to continue to build good relations with diverse communities to make sure we address those health inequalities. That's really fantastic to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker.
Chair, my question is to Andy Byford, TfL Commissioner, who, is he going to appear? Or? So, I don't know how the virtual thing works. So just ask my question.
You got to do this, and then he appears.
Okay, so my question is for Andy Byford, TfL Commissioner. Deputy Mayor for Transport, Heidi Alexander, has said The last year has changed our city. It's changed how we travel, how we work, how we socialise. And looking back, how well did TfL respond to these changes?
Certainly. Good morning, Assembly Member. Good morning, General Assembly Members. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Well, I mean, I came somewhat halfway through the pandemic. As you know, I was appointed on the 29th of June, and TfL was already in the thick of dealing with the COVID, the pandemic emergency. And I would say, and particularly having seen the impact on other agencies, I would say that TfL responded extremely well in that from going into the pandemic, and none of us knew exactly all the sort of scientific issues around it. We reacted very quickly to put together comprehensive cleaning strategies so that for those critical workers who still needed to use the transport system, it would be safe, it would be orderly, and that we would maintain social distancing. We recognized very early on that there were particular vulnerabilities of certain groups of employees, particularly bus drivers that work for TfL. So we worked very quickly to provide additional safeguarding for them in terms of physical protection, not only on vehicles but in depots. We worked with government to get the messaging right, to do the right thing, to take our ridership down, to restrict that only to key workers, although that had a calamitous impact upon our finances. And we very rapidly, working with the Mayor and the and City Hall and the wider GLA, promoted the use of active travel, so widening pavements, putting in cycle lanes to get people to also relieve the pressure on the public transport system and keep it, again, for those key public workers or key workers. My observation is I think TfL, undoubtedly there's always things you could do differently, but I'm very proud of the response, not only of my management team, but also of the 27,000 direct colleagues that I have at TfL and of the contractors who work for us. I think we've kept going. It's been horrendous. We've lost 90 colleagues, but we never stopped. We kept going throughout the pandemic, and we're now doing our bit to help lead our way out of it.
Thanks very much. Thanks for that. I'd now like to look to the future, as I hope that we all can start doing. And we know that TfL are working on 5 scenarios for the future of transport in London. Those are return to business as usual, a remote revolution, London decline, low carbon localism and agglomeration. And can you provide an update on this scenario planning and what the future of transport in London is looking like at this point?
Sure. So firstly, a bit of context, just so that everyone knows where we are with ridership right now. The tube's at around 40% of normal ridership, tube and rail. Buses and surface generally is around 60 to 65% of normal ridership. So in aggregate, that's around 60% of ridership. So we are seeing a return to ridership of public transport, which is good. That's what we want. We want to avoid a car-led recovery at all costs with all of the disadvantages that brings. But we are aware that obviously with our recovery will be dependent on what happens on the 21st of June and also what the take-up will be of people going back to offices and taking up cultural attractions in the centre of London. And we don't expect to be back to 100% of ridership anytime soon. In fact, what we're saying is the best case scenario will be we could be at around 90% of normal ridership by the end of the year, so around March of 2022. Now, that in itself, I mean, that sounds great, doesn't it? 90% of ridership. And I was on a call with international colleagues just last night, and they're not predicting such a high take-up. But even that 90% of ridership does still leave that 10% delta to 100%. That equates to £1 billion of revenue foregone every year. So this is huge. So we are still working on our modelling. We think it will be what we call the hybrid model, namely that it won't be the doom and gloom that some people say it will be, where central London is finished and that's it for mass travel into central London. I don't think that will happen. Equally, though, we don't think it will be an immediate return to as it always was with packed trains and packed buses. I think psychologically people won't accept that. And also, I think there will be a softening in the commuter, typical commuter hours. I think we'll see a more staggered peak throughout the day. And I also think that progressively people will, with their companies, be working maybe 3 to 4 days a week. But certainly we're predicating our budgets upon a progressive climb back to around 90% of ridership, best case, by the end of this financial year.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, and also my questions to Andy Beauford, the TfL Commissioner. We know that the pandemic has seen an increase in the use of light good vehicles for home deliveries, along with a decrease in light good vehicles for construction, servicing and deliveries to offices and hospitality venues. Do we have a sense of what is happening to the level of van traffic as we move out of lockdown?
Sure, well, thanks for the question. So the current level of van traffic is around 15% below pre-pandemic levels. And I'm just checking my stats here. That was for January to mid-March 2020. And Central London, it's around 20% below. So it's improved a little bit since then. What we are seeing, and no surprise, and we all see it on the street every day, is quite a big increase in delivery vehicles. So typically food delivery vehicles, people doing their online shopping and having vehicles deliver in lieu of going to the shop. So that's something that we're keeping a very close eye on. The overall van level, traffic levels were at around 85 pre-pandemic. But we do think that the next real milestone in terms of indicating what is happening with vans will be determined by what does or doesn't happen on the 21st of June or shortly thereafter if that goes back. Certainly, vans do have shown an increase over past years, and we do think that that will continue given that people have got somewhat used to online shopping, food delivery.
Thank you. And just to follow up, so what is TfL doing to increase the amount of freight consolidation centres in London to support greener last mile initiatives, such as cargo bike schemes?
So we've recently completed and evaluated a study of 10 freight consolidation demonstrator projects because it makes sense to us that it does, working with the industry, it does promote land use for last mile, and it does make sense having that consolidation such that you can then have delivery vehicles spun out from those centres. And certainly looking at ways to increase cargo bike schemes makes sense to us. And we are looking at ways to further promote and expand the cargo bike hub. It's a greener way of delivering, particularly on the last mile sector of a trip, rather than clogging up the roads with vans. So certainly that's something that we're actively doing.
Just a specific point, you mentioned in the second follow-up on supermarkets. Is there any work that you're doing with supermarkets to reach out to them to improve the emissions from their vehicles when they are doing their home deliveries?
Well, I mean, ultimately, obviously, there's an incentive for supermarkets and other sectors, for that matter, to make their vehicles as compliant as possible because of the existence of the low emission zone and the ultra low emission zone, which will, of course, be expanded later in the year. But we're taking a proactive rather than a punitive approach to this. We want to work with all sectors of industry to come up with legitimate methods or viable methods to decrease emissions. And that includes working with industry to look at things like cargo bike hire, where that's practical, or providing via the scrappage scheme means to equip big distributors with more environmentally friendly vehicles.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Sir Stephen House, Deputy Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Service. Good morning, Deputy Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner, what extra measures are the Met taking as COVID restrictions are removed to prevent the spike in violence that we saw when lockdown was erased over the summer months last year?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. You'll understand from your previous experience that violence is the main operational priority for the Metropolitan Police Service. The Commissioner has made that very clear throughout her commissionership. We've seen through lockdown, as you say, a significant reduction in serious violence, some of which is just by nature of the virus and how it's affected society, some of it through our own activity. We've got strong plans in place to suppress the increase in violence. I think we have to be realistic to accept that as the city returns more and more to pre-COVID situation, we will see violence return towards the levels it was pre-COVID. But we're determined that it shouldn't hit that peak that it was at before. And so far signs are encouraging. Although we're seeing a gradual return, we're seeing crime levels considerably, particularly violent crime levels, considerably below where they were pre-COVID. We have, of course, had a very violent weekend, the long weekend with the bank holiday, where we had very warm weather. We had it was the first good weather we had since the easing of lockdown. So we saw some very unacceptable scenes of violence that weekend. But what we've got in place across London are local plans on each of our basic command units to deal with both nighttime economy and daytime public spaces. We are working very closely in partnership with the businesses and the licensing industry as they reopen more fully. We are putting in place centrally managed resources to deal with increased risk areas, and the Mayor's already mentioned the likely increase in unlicensed music events, which are a driver of violence and disorder. So we have plans in place to deal with those. We have a particular plan in place to deal with violence against women, particularly in relation to public spaces across London. And we have a central command team in place to oversee all of this activity, as well as a couple of operations planned to run for a short period of time to increase assets even more. We have to sort of work in parallel that we've got the Euro Football Championships starting very, very soon for a month, 11th of June to 11th of July, which will see more people in London and some particularly contentious matches that England will be involved in. So we have a command team in place for that. And we'll have the usual busy summer in London, anyway, culminating in the Notting Hill Carnival. But we have bespoke plans across all of London to deal with violence with extra assets on from not just the government's uplift, but the Mayor's uplift of police officers in the last few years.
Thank you for that answer, Deputy Commissioner. So I was going to come to the football. So in the coming weeks, we will see a number of potential public order events, from the Euro 2020 Championship to protests in the capital, including a march this weekend. UEFA, in their wisdom, have scheduled the England-Scotland game at 8 p.m. a week Friday, effectively licensing an all-day drinking session, in my opinion. So how are you planning for these events through your gold, silver, bronze command structures to facilitate the successful and safe running of these events and reassure Londoners?
As you will know, the Met is probably the most experienced police service in the world in dealing with these sort of events. We have a long history and a long successful history in doing so. It's going to be a difficult situation, exacerbated by COVID again, I'm afraid, in that obviously the duration of the Euros spans easing of lockdown. So we will have some matches where there is quite a restricted attendance by fans, and then we will have some matches towards the end of the campaign where there will be pretty much return to normal for fans. We are expecting a large number of fans from Scotland to come down for the England-Scotland match. We have publicity in Scotland. We're working closely with Police Scotland to try to remind people that if they don't have tickets, then they won't get in and they shouldn't come down to London. Inevitably, people will attend who don't have tickets. We have fan zones set up, again, with restricted numbers initially, but the numbers will grow as lockdown eases. We have significant extra resources on duty to deal with any disorder that may occur, but to provide a very strong presence in and around the areas of the football and indeed across London where people will be watching the matches. We have a very strong command team in place, a very experienced command team in place who are used to dealing with these events and have dealt with events like this before, but we're not being complacent about it. We're working very closely with Police Scotland around the Scotland match, and as I say, we are prepared as best we can be for what the Euros will bring. I would urge all fans to behave properly. to control their drinking. We're working very closely with the licensing trade to make sure that we can control that as much as we can do. And again, to fans from Scotland, if they don't have a ticket, they should not come.
And I'm running short of time. That's reassuring. So just one question to the Mayor. Mr. Mayor, to focus on a specific form of violence, essential workers kept our country running throughout the pandemic, but sadly there have been reports that attacks on shop staff over the last year may have increased. There was a debate in Parliament yesterday on a call supported by the trade union Ulster and the Chief Executive of Tesco, which called for specific legislation to support shop workers. This Assembly unanimously agreed a motion that I proposed in support of this cause. And I recall a passionate speech by Assembly Member Prince in support of that motion. But the government, sadly, was not supportive of this cause. What more can we do to prevent assaults on shop staff and give them the reassurance that they will be safe at their place of work?
Well, firstly, can I welcome the cross-party support for the assault on retail workers legislation. It's really important. You've, in your question, reminded us over the last 60 months they've been on the front line serving Londoners during this difficult time. Look, it's unacceptable. The police will take action when retail workers are assaulted. It's really important that retail workers don't inadvertently get involved in a situation where they're having to enforce rules where they're not trained to do so. And it's really important if anybody witnesses any violence against retail workers, they provide the witness statements to the police that they need to ensure any assaults lead to arrests, charges and successful prosecutions.
I may write to you, Mr. Mayor, but I'll run
sure. Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was going to ask Stephen House something about violence against women and girls, but he's already commented fairly extensively. And I think we're all aware that there was a bit of a spike as we came out of lockdown, and we do know that it can be associated with football tournaments, particularly if your favourite team loses. And obviously, so there are plans in place to deal with that. But I just wondered if you could say a bit more. I know that you've invested 3 million extra into domestic abuse funding, supporting 42 grassroots organisations across London to provide support and help for victims. Are you also running any awareness campaigns so that Londoners and anyone who does suffer abuse knows that those organisations that you're funding are available there?
Yes, so the Deputy Commissioner and his top team took me through their plans for the summer recently, and that includes, as the Deputy Commissioner said, plans to address the reality from previous football tournaments where, as you've indicated, you do see an increase in reports of domestic abuse, domestic violence against women in particular. So in addition to the police service raising awareness of this issue and giving confidence to women to come forward, we've, as you said, supported a number of charities and groups. 16 of the 42 groups we're supporting have expertise and a focus on domestic abuse, domestic violence. And as is often the case, victims of domestic abuse, domestic violence suffer a number of times before they go to the police. And so we're keen to make sure they have more confidence to go to the police, but also the third parties they go to. It could be a victims group, a survivors group, their GP, could be their MP. They understand the routes to get these matters reported to the police. And the really positive thing is, because of the rollout of body-worn videos, when police officers go to a scene where there's a report made, often the evidence is captured on the body-worn video. So if the victim decides not to proceed, as often happens, the police can still bring a prosecution.
Which is great, because it may reduce down the number of occasions when people interact and then still no action is taken. I gather for a long time it's been 33 occasions before action is taken. Now, Women's Aid have been saying that there remains a £200 million funding gap for domestic abuse refuges in the UK, and two major refuge providers in London, as you will know, have said that they're going to be struggling to accommodate victims if, sadly, demand goes up in this summer, as it has done in the past. Are you going to be lobbying government to provide the support that refugees need as we move into the summer and demand is sadly quite likely to increase?
Yeah, I mean, I'd commend to the Assembly Chair through you the evidence given by Deputy Mayor Sophie Linden, but also the Victims Commissioner Claire Waxman yesterday to the Home Affairs Select Committee, which talked about since 2010 there's been a massive increase, unfortunately, in domestic abuse, domestic violence, but a massive decrease in the financial support the groups receive. We've since 2016, invested £60 million to address the issue of violence against women and girls. And actually, 18 months ago, I took the decision to, in the year, make additional investments to the groups because I was hearing horror stories about 6 months waiting times for the victims of rape and other serious offences receiving the assistance they need. And attrition is a big issue. And we're now additionally concerned about the backlog caused by the pandemic. Some trials aren't happening for 18 months to 2 years. The support victims and witness services give to those victims is crucial. So in addition to doing what we can, we invested another £1.5 million during the pandemic. We are lobbying the government, and the big opportunity, I think, is the CSR this autumn, where if the Home Office, MHLG, receive more of the sort of global pie, it means they can do much more to help these groups. And I think we'd have support from ministers in those departments lobbying the Treasury for more support for these groups.
Just this morning, after the Everyone's Invited website, they've done some analysis with school children, and the reports of the things that girls mainly are suffering in schools is that 90% of girls are frankly being harassed so often that they just treat it as part of everyday life. So one of the issues is about addressing the attitudes of boys and men. Is there more that we can be doing to move this forward? In particular, having spoken to my borough commander, and I'm sure other Assembly members are the same, are we making sure that all of the members of the police force who need to go on that kind of awareness training are all going, and that it's not just a voluntary thing?
I mean, I'd make this point. This isn't just a policing issue.
No.
We can't put all the problems of society at the door of the police, as brilliant as they are. You've got to address the issue of the behaviour of boys in playgrounds, which often is carried on when they become men. We've also got to report the issue of if girls at a young age haven't got confidence in authorities to report things, why are we surprised when they become women? They've not got confidence to report things, which leads to a big underreporting. I think there's a whole systems approach we've got to take, from better PhD education, the behaviour of boys and men. I'm somebody who believes that sexual harassment should be a criminal offence, misogyny should be a hate crime, because that elevates the level of this as an issue. We can't just look at the important work of supporting women and victims. We've got to be addressing the behaviour of perpetrators, whether they're boys or whether they're men, and it's a whole systems approach.
That's why I mentioned schools, but I do think it's an important issue for the police as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair, and nice to see you, Mayor Khan. My question is around the Everyone In scheme and the kind of progress that we made through COVID about taking people off the streets. So I just want to hear from you what effect the Everyone In scheme did have on rough sleeping, and I suppose from that kind of what we can learn in London going forward.
Well, Everyone In was a pioneering scheme that began in London as the pandemic was beginning, and we worked closely with the government to get support from the government to support us in the Everyone In scheme. And I want to thank Robert Jenrick and his team at MHLG, who gave us support for our pioneering policy. And it's what it says on the tin: we want everyone to be in rather than on the streets. And when you compare London versus New York, San Francisco, Chicago in relation to the virus spreading amongst rough sleepers, we were very, very successful. The numbers were really impressive. We safely accommodated over 2,400 people in hotels and other emergency accommodation. We've moved on positively, a vast majority of those. 89% of rough sleepers we engaged with to exit rough sleeping, and we're moved on into long-term accommodation. And we're now working with the government to try and get some more longer-term homes. What we don't want to do, Sam, is for this work to stop now the pandemic has stopped, because we now have shown it is possible to get rough sleepers off the streets permanently. The problem is there's a pipeline of more rough sleepers going onto our streets, and because we're a capital city, you'll appreciate that people from across the country come to London. And so what we want to do is to try and stop the pipeline, but continue the work with the government to show this policy Everyone In does work.
Thank you very much. And just to follow up on that, so it's good to hear that you are working in a positive way with the government to try and make that change permanent. I'm just wondering, in light of the amount of money that the GLA secured to do that that scheme during the pandemic, how would we managed to make sure that we were able to provide the homes that people needed? And can you just tell us a little bit more about the move on accommodation to get people off the streets permanently?
Yeah, really good question. So the good news is we've shown it works. The bad news is there isn't the support from the government commensurate with the demands in London. We think, and Tom Cobley did some work with a number of different experts across London in relation to a rough sleeping plan of action, and we would need 12 times the amount of money we receive from government to really address these issues and to end rough sleeping for good in London. I make this point, in the early noughties we did get rid of it. In the early noughties, I remember in the 1990s, Cardboard City, in Waterloo and other parts of London, we all remember this. We got rid of it in the noughties. We've got rid of it last year during the lockdown. So we've shown it can be done, but it does take investment from the government. We think it's investment, and we're hoping to, in advance of the CSR, work with MHCLG so they can lobby the Treasury to make sure that we get the sort of support we need to finally end rough sleeping in London.
Much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question to Mayor Khan. Mayor, the Secretary of State for Housing, Robert Jenrick, tweeted on the 26th of March that no one should lose their homes as a result of the coronavirus epidemic. Now that the eviction ban has ended, there are 176,000 Londoners imminently facing eviction and 39,000 mortgage holders facing repossession. Has the government done enough to protect them? And what have you been asking the government to help these people with?
Well, firstly, I support the government measures to have an eviction ban. And, you know, good example of us lobbying with others and them listening. And so it's really good that the eviction ban was in place. But you're spot on that ban ends on June the 1st, 9 days ago. And the worry is a number of tenants have built up arrears which haven't been addressed. But also a number of landlords need the rents to pay the mortgage. Otherwise, they're facing the prospect of losing the home they rely upon as an income. So what we're saying to the government is if they should try and fill the difference between the rents that people can pay and the rents asked for by landlords, which they need, by the way, and that arrears, the gap rather, it's not that big. And so if the government wants to support tenants and landlords with a grant, it would avoid tenants being evicted, avoid landlords having their homes repossessed. What we don't want, Dr. Sahota, is a situation where over the course of the next few weeks, you see Londoners evicted. Sam's asked a question about rough sleeping. It just doesn't make sense to me that people who are currently in homes could be evicted, end up on the streets, and then we're having a discussion about ending rough sleeping when the potential pipeline could be capped by the government supporting those tenants and landlords with some financial support.
And has the government been responsive to your suggestion?
So far, no. It's not just my suggestion. It's the suggestion of many, many others on a cross-party basis, including parliamentarians, including charities and others. Not so far. Actually, they've compounded matters with the cut in the discretionary housing payment, which is a big issue in London, because as you're aware, the cost of living in London is more expensive, the rents are more expensive, and so even if you're on receipt of housing benefit, the support you receive is often less than the rent you're being asked to pay. So you could be somebody working, receiving DHP, and your wage doesn't cover the gap because of the cuts in DHP. So we continue to lobby the government with others to try and make sure the government understands that actually this is a good way of avoiding, as autumn and winter approaches and the court processes get to the end, more and more people will be made homeless and evicted from their premises.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My question is to the Fire Commissioner, Andy Rowe, who I assume will appear on screen momentarily. The fire last month at New Providence Wharf highlighted the importance of the role of the brigade in monitoring buildings that present a fire hazard due to the dangerous cladding and other fire safety issues. How has COVID-19 impacted upon the ability of the brigade to undertake this vital fire prevention work?
Thank you for that question. I think the answer is we didn't really let the pandemic impact on that work, because the work in respect to the highest risk buildings continued in the face of the pandemic because we recognise actually that represented as serious a risk as the pandemic itself. So we continued to collect data for those buildings that present the highest risk to residents. We continued to inspect regularly with frontline crews in person to ensure that we were providing the best advice we could to responsible persons and that the best possible mitigations were in place for those residents. But it is a challenge, regardless of the pandemic. You know, in London, the figure for May was that there are 870 buildings that we, along with the responsible persons, considered unsafe enough that a temporary suspension of stay put had to be put in place with a simultaneous evacuation strategy. I expect that number to grow. And to put the scale of the challenge into a wider context, there are 12,000 residential high-rises in the UK, but London has approximately 8,000 of those. And we have 47,000 buildings of between 11 metres and 18 metres in height. So the second kind of category of high-rise, which represents over 55% of the total national risk. And we have a far higher proportion of other high-risk building types, such as care homes and HMOs in London, to the extent that MHCLG's last figures considers we might have in excess of 62,000 high-risk properties in London. And I think I need to be realistic in kind of giving the Assembly an understanding that given the scale of risk in London, the challenges in the built environment will be ongoing for years and therefore must be considered in future funding arrangements for the brigade. But in terms of our activity during the pandemic, we carried on because we perceived that the risk presented by these buildings is as great, if not greater, than the risk presented to Londoners by the pandemic itself.
And just picking up on waking watches and buildings at particular risk of fire, I'm just noting that we have, as of May of this year, the number of active waking watches in buildings was 869 across London, which is an awful lot. How much pressure has this, together with funding pressures alongside COVID-19, put on the brigade's budget over the last year?
So the cost of the London Fire Brigade's Fire Safety Department has increased since 2017, but I would recognise that there is a cross-party consensus that this is a serious issue that will mean that the budget for the brigade needs to be supported going forward to try and provide mitigation. So last year we were allocated 5.5 million from the National Protection Board, which supports the building risk review programme, with all high-rise residential premises in London being checked and inspected. £2.3 million being allocated to that. The remaining £3.2 million from the protection programme is actually being used to bolster other protection activities, primarily around staffing, learning and development, and the use of technology. I suppose the consequence of what we know now about the built environment does remain a resource challenge, but I continue to make the case that the government's protection grant must continue, should be baselined, and for funding requirements to be consolidated for the longer term as part of the CSR process that the Mayor has already referred to. And that will certainly provide more certainty and allow the brigade to plan better service delivery. And this will also avoid some of the limitations on flexibility and the additional reporting requirements that are placed on one-off funding.
Thank you for that. And final question is, I'm just curious, what assessment has been made of the effectiveness of current monitoring procedures in keeping London's built environment safe?
So our process is to monitor those highest risk buildings and those buildings that emerge into that category is constantly under review and is a key aspect actually of the recommendations that arose from the first phase of the Grenfell Tower inquiry. I think we have an effective programme in place to both visit, monitor and assess which buildings fall into that category, but we are always seeking continuous improvement in that regard.
Thank you. We now move on to the next lead-off question in the name of Assembly Member Russell concerning addressing inequalities in the coronavirus response. Assembly Member Russell, or who did you want the answer from?
I was assuming we'd get an initial answer from the Mayor, and then I've got subsequent questions.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your question. Sorry. The past 15 months have taught us a lot of important lessons, and perhaps the clearest is the significance of tackling health inequalities. The pandemic has not only exposed but exacerbated some deep-seated inequalities in our society, and the impacts of the pandemic have disproportionately been felt by the worst off, including many Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities. A commitment to tackling this sits right at the heart of our recovery programme, with 2 missions looking specifically at health, mental health and well-being, and healthy food, healthy weight, and cross-cutting principles including improving health and reducing inequalities. Our health inequalities strategy continues to provide an evidence-based framework for tackling London's health inequalities. I'm working on a refreshed health inequality strategy implementation plan, which I hope to publish this autumn to support the recovery work. The health in all policies approach will be vital in helping us reduce health inequalities as we recover from the pandemic. For example, we need to ensure we avoid a car-led recovery that would replace one public health crisis with another. Since the start of the pandemic alone, TfL and the boroughs have delivered 100 kilometres of new or upgraded cycle routes, plus more than 22,000 square metres of extra pavement space to enable social distancing. And the expansion of the ULEZ to the North and South Circular roads in October is vital to ensure we extend cleaner air to more of London. Working with the Met Police Service, we continue to pursue a public health approach to violence prevention and reduction. We established England's first ever violence reduction unit to coordinate this fundamentally new approach, and we've invested £12.85 million in the VIU this year alone. Meanwhile, the London Fire Brigade has been helping to set up vaccination centres, allowing GPs to vaccinate in the heart of communities with members of the public that might not otherwise make their way to vaccination centres, including homeless people and other vulnerable groups. And they've been calling hundreds of vulnerable residents to check on them during lockdown. Working together across all London's agencies to prioritise health and tackle health inequalities will be a vital part of the recovery work.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I look forward to picking up on the health inequalities implementation plan sort of in due course. But my follow-up questions today are for the Deputy Commissioner, Sir Stephen House. And nice to meet you. We haven't yet met before, but I'm looking forward to meeting you, working with you on the and encountering you on the Police and Crime Committee. Now, I would like to ask you about the use of police powers during the coronavirus crisis. In April, the Joint Committee on Human Rights said that COVID-19 fixed penalty notices were, and I quote, muddled, discriminatory and unfair, end quote. And this is backed up by the Met's own FPNs and COVID-19 enforcement report from May 2020 that showed that Black Londoners appear to be more than twice as likely to be issued with a fixed penalty notice under coronavirus restrictions. So my question is, what have you learned from this data, and how are you going to eradicate disproportionality?
Thank you for the question. It's an extremely good question, and it's an extremely difficult question to answer, because eradicating disproportionality is not something which the police service will manage on its own. Let's be clear about this. Our officers issued fixed penalty notices often in a last resort. We had a very clear policy on this, which was we would deal with egregious breaches whereby people ran birthday parties or events and invited 20 or 30 people. Then we would hand out tickets to everybody who was there, and principally to the organiser. We tried to restrict our issuing of tickets to people on the street who were just either making a mistake or didn't understand the restrictions. And we engaged through what we called the 4E's policy, which was to engage with people, to educate them as to what the conditions were, and to explain what the sanctions would be if they didn't comply. The 4th E was enforcement, and we did issue a large number of tickets. But in terms of proportionality, actually we were quite sparse in our issuing of tickets, because we realised that there is a difficulty within an urban environment such as London. And it's a simple fact that if you live in dense housing and you don't have a garden space to use, and you can't use open spaces because of the restrictions, that you are going to be more likely to breach conditions than if you have a nice garden to sit in and listen to the radio and do your work, etc. And the reality, as we all know, is that the black and Asian populations, the various black communities and Asian communities across London, live in more dense housing, are less likely to have gardens, are more likely to be in multiple occupancies or in flats and apartments and tower blocks than corresponding white population. So it is inevitable that our officers would come across people from black communities and Asian communities who were breaking the legislation. We tried where we could to engage the first 3 E's and only moved to enforcement as a last resort. So I would say to you, how can we eradicate disproportionality? By combining the might of London and all the agencies in London and help from the Mayor and the government to do more for black and Asian communities, because the disproportionality, and when we do meet on the PCC, we'll have long discussions about this, disproportionality figures for black and Asian communities in policing as it does in housing, education, health, employment, etc., etc.
I'm going to have to stop you there, but can you provide me with up-to-date data from May 2020 to present showing the ethnicity breakdown of FPNs issued? Perhaps you could send me those figures, but I'm going to stop and leave the rest of the time for my fellow
Happy to respond,
members.
yeah.
Thank you.
First notification to speak is, on that is Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. This is addressed to the Mayor, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you think your health in all policies approach was successful when implementing your street space schemes across London?
Yeah, I think so. So the street space scheme was basically, Susan, to give Londoners more space on the pavements to maintain social distancing. One of the things we noticed as we were coming out of the first restrictions, I think in June, I'll get the date shortly, was that people were coming out and there was concerns about congestion, particularly outside shops when you're queuing and in busy places. So working with the government, who understood the concerns in urban parts of the country, the government set aside some funds for active travel, part of which is walking. And so we worked closely with boroughs and government to make sure we could widen pavements. But we took on board the health inequalities strategies of making sure we could have in those parts of London that are congested and concerns around social distances being breached, wider pavements.
One of our main concerns, and I'm sure it's a concern of every member here, is those of the disabled. And Kirsty Hoyle, who's the Chief Executive of Transport for All, said that, and I'll quote this, Mr. Mayor, "This heated and divisive debate has seen disabled people being spoken for and not to. This has added to the growing frustration, compounded by the lack of engagement and consultation, that disabled people's concerns are not heard." What are your comments for that?
I'm sorry to hear that. What I'll do, I'll offline respond to her to address her concerns. I mean, TfL, and Andy can speak for TfL himself as the Commissioner, worked and continues to work incredibly hard with all groups representing disabled Londoners. One of the reasons why we're so passionate about step-free access is because of listening to the experience of Londoners. As recently as yesterday, one of our board members who's got expertise in this area, Dr. Alice Maynard, commended TfL for the work on this area, but I'm always happy to reflect on comments made by Londoners like the ones you mentioned. So can I take that away and respond?
Because we really do need to listen to these people. And on that note, you've just allowed the scooters to see how they work out. Scooters have no audio sound. Now, people that are blind very much rely on their ability to hear what's going on around them. They are extremely concerned because so many of these scooters are used incorrectly on the pavements. Now, this was brought to the attention, I believe, of TfL, and TfL have shrugged and said, well, we'll see what we can do. In the meantime, we have got blind people on our streets, unaware of these scooters coming up at quite a pace behind them. So this doesn't fit in with you and TfL looking after people that are disabled, because they should come top of our list, in my view. What are your comments about these wretched scooters and no noise?
Well, I wouldn't characterise TfL's response as shrugging their shoulders. What's happened is the DFT last year wanted to pilot e-scooters across the country, and in fact London came last because we were concerned about the piloting of e-scooters prematurely. And again, the Commissioner can speak to this, but other cities across the country months ago began piloting e-scooters without any audio. You're spot on, you can't hear them. E-scooters are unlawful, and the only way you can use them in London is in those 6 boroughs where they've been piloted by companies hiring them out, and you've got to go and do a course before you could hire them out. But TfL recognises the concerns around lack of noise from e-scooters and is working to make sure there is a noise on the e-scooters being piloted. But I make this point, actually, only in 6 boroughs they piloted. E-scooters being used by any Londoners elsewhere in London are breaking the law, and the Met Police Service are taking enforcement action against them.
But for the benefit of anybody that's blind, how quickly do you think, and I'm only talking about London, we're concentrating on London, how quickly can we get some ability for a noise to be on these scooters to enable blind people to at least know what's coming up behind?
Yeah, with your permission, Chair, could I bring in Andy Byford to answer Susan's question on how soon we can do that?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Assembly members. So, absolutely, we are working with, there's 3 companies who are participating in the official scheme, and we are working with them. They're currently arranging to have noise fitted. They're looking at the original equipment manufacturers to get noise fitted. I'll get you a precise time frame, but like you, we want those scooters to be upfitted with that equipment. What I would say is, unlike the illegal scooters that are on the road, the trial that we're doing, you have to have a driving license. That's not the case with illegal scooters. There's no means of checking that. You have to have done a course. They have bigger wheels. They have indicators. They have permanent lights. These are much better vehicles than those illegal scooters that are driving around. But we are on the case about the.
We are all timed. Mr. I could listen to you for hours because I find it very interesting, but I'm afraid we're all timed, so I'm going to have to stop you there. But thank you. I hope that will be done very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is questions about transport and inequality, and Mr. Mayor, you can answer this first. We spoke about Transport for London deals the other week, and I think you would agree with me that Londoners with the lowest incomes, with the most disadvantages, have suffered the most due to the impact of these funding deals. I'm thinking particularly about fare rises and the suspension of free travel before 9 a.m. for people holding freedom passes and over 60 oysters. You'd agree with me on that?
I wouldn't disagree.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful in my time. So can I ask you, have you looked at the health and inequalities impact of the removal of the pre-9 a.m. travel for people who hold freedom passes or over 60 oysters? Because that must have impacted on some people's ability to get affordable, essential travel, such as to work, such as to medical treatment, such as to family commitments.
Yeah, we looked at a whole host of consequences of the first 2 deals and the third one that's begun as well, including the medical appointments was the big one we noticed straight away, because many older people diarise their appointments in the morning. That was a bigger challenge actually than those who are working, because obviously your appointments are diarised X months in advance, particularly regular treatment. And we do monitor the consequences. I'm happy to discuss in the relevant committee the iterations of the deal, but that was the deal.
I realise this was not your choice, it was imposed upon you.
Just to reassure you, we are well aware of the adverse consequences on the Londoners you care about.
If there's any evaluation, would you be able to provide that in writing?
I look towards the Commissioner in relation to, I'm sure, Commissioner, we can make that available to the Assembly. Yep.
Okay, so my second question is also to you. I noted last week that the new Mayor, Tracy Brabin, in West Yorkshire, was praising bus operators in South Yorkshire for freezing fares. And in amongst this communication, I noted with interest that the emergency funding agreements for buses there actually prohibited fare rises. Now, given the requirement here for fare rises, is this not a huge inconsistency in approach from the government and completely unfair on low-income Londoners?
It is. I'll make 2 points though, which is firstly, our comparator is other global cities where the fares are even cheaper than London.
Yeah.
And so actually, although we froze fares for 5 years, £1.50 for a single travel bus and the hopper, you compare London versus global cities, it's more expensive. So that's our comparator. So when people say, oh, the fares in London are far cheaper than the fares across the rest of the country, that's not the right comparator. And secondly, not only is it unfair in relation to London versus the rest of the country, but also it's unfair London versus privatised train operating companies where there were far fewer strings attached to their funding conditions than we had.
Yeah. But they don't have a fares freeze. And this fares freeze that's been imposed upon the bus operators in West Yorkshire, it's just so inconsistent. In relation to that, shouldn't you yourself be doing all you can to try and avoid this? And will you be looking at other sources of income as briefly as you can?
So in relation to the fares policy, that is a condition of the funding deal.
It is
They've got to go up by RPI plus 1. In relation to raising other revenues, we're looking at all of the tools in our toolkit in relation to how we both reduce expenditure but also raise revenues.
Okay, thank you very much.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you. My question is for you, Mr Mayor, and then I'll come to the Fire Commissioner. You spoke with Assembly Member Sheikh before about Transport for London and inequality. I want to ask you, though, about the London Fire Brigade. What role do they have in tackling inequality in London? And wouldn't it be better for them if you had a clear inequalities strategy?
They do, and Andy Rowe can speak to some of the work they're doing to address the issues of inequalities, not just within the fire service, but also in how they provide services to Londoners. And I'm happy for the Commissioner to talk to that.
Okay, I'll go straight to the Commissioner then. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Commissioner, I want to ask you particularly about the COVID Crisis Rescue Foundation and your work to pick up vaccinations during the pandemic. Does this sort of frontline work helping hard-to-reach communities open up opportunities for what you can do in the future across all of London?
I think it does, but what I would say is that I think it speaks to really the London Fire Brigade's history of always focusing on those most vulnerable in society, so it was a natural step for us to make. And I think if I speak to the work of the pandemic generally, what we've done is we have always focused on where the greatest vulnerabilities were in terms of London's needs. So if we talk about health inequalities, if we look at the start of the pandemic, the greatest pressure was on the London Ambulance Service, already one of the busiest ambulance services in the world. They are generally dealing with the most vulnerable people in society. We stepped in within weeks to provide over 500 firefighters to co-crew ambulances, and to date we've attended 140,000 calls in partnership with the AS to provide kind of immediate aid to the most vulnerable Londoners. If we look at where the greatest pressure lay again at the start of the pandemic, we turned over our logistics network to deliver items of PPE to care homes, to colleagues in other partner agencies, again to those serving the most vulnerable parts of London's communities. And using our logistics network, we delivered 21 million items of PPE. Tragically, where Londoners lost their lives in their home, we stood up a team of over 100 firefighters to provide dignity in death and ensure the bodies were prepared safely so they didn't present further risk to family members and others within the community. At every step of the pandemic, as the need of the most vulnerable Londoners has shifted and changed, we stepped in. And actually the vaccination clinics are simply the latest manifestation of that, because it's become clear that where the greatest vulnerability is at the moment for London and Londoners is ensuring that those people who most need the vaccine are supported to take it up. So we've focused our efforts on delivering vaccine clinics to those populations that are least likely to take the vaccine up, and have worked with healthcare partners to do that. And I suppose what it has shown is that it's something I've always known, is that the London Fire Brigade is an organisation that is quick to adapt to the needs of Londoners, is always focused on that those areas of greatest vulnerability. And I would suggest that what the pandemic has done has shown us that we're both good at it, and that we should seek to continue that endeavour as London recovers from the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Mr Commissioner, and particularly thanks for your adaptability with dealing with the pandemic and those vaccinations. There's still big gaps in COVID vaccinations, though, as you'll know, particularly among diverse Londoners. Can the Fire Brigade, and that's even with second doses, can the Fire Brigade keep up this work to support more vaccinations?
I think we can, because again, what the pandemic has shown us is that once the London Fire Brigade has stepped in with partners to kind of offer our resources and our people, we've often reached a co-funding and release of staff agreement. That means we don't impact on our front line because we're generally using staff on additional shifts. Our people have demonstrated both their adaptability and their willingness to work in difficult circumstances. So I think it's something we can maintain, and it's a future model for support that, I mean, I'll give you a live example. We intend to continue the support into the LAS into the long term. You know, we're working with the London Ambulance Service now to understand how we might in the future become a form of kind of surge capacity without impacting our front line and funded appropriately through health. So I think we have very robust, resilient, adaptable, skillful people that we can use in a wider kind of civil contingency role moving forward. And we continue to explore that as part of the lessons learned out of the pandemic.
Sorry, Commissioner, can I ask you to bring your comments to a close as the Green Group is now out of time? Sorry about that. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Health in all policies will, of course, include housing policy, and I was quite interested to read of a long history of requests from right across the chamber, but also from subject experts as well. You mentioned Kevin Fenton. There was the Health and Inequalities Specialist, Professor Randhawa, the CEO of Age UK Camden, and the Head of Policy and Campaigns at Mines, all requested that you review your housing policies. Now, so mindful of some of the research we've seen out of Inside Housing recently, which links COVID-19 with overcrowding and deaths, is now the time for you to review your housing policies to protect the health of Londoners?
Which policy in particular do you want to review?
So this is around overcrowding. So if you look at social rented housing in London, or better than that, if you look at housing strategies in 2010 and 2014, they both had a minimum number target for family homes, which we don't know in the most recent strategy. Why is that?
That's not quite right. So what the previous policies had was a metrics that wasn't followed. So what we've done is to require councils, when it comes to devising their policies, to look at what the needs are in the area in relation to social housing. The reason why it's important for them to see the needs in the area for social housing is because unlike market value housing, which very few families can afford, the average cost to buy a property in London is now £500 million. The affordable housing is affordable to those families, particularly living in overcrowded accommodation. So there is a requirement, never previously in a London housing policy, for councils to see what the needs are in the area, and that will determine how they give permission for homes being built in the area. So there is now councils looking at the needs in their area, leading to permissions being granted that reflect need in the area.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Mayor. You'll be excited to hear my questions for you as well. Following up slightly on where Assembly Member Fortune was talking, you say that power is now devolved to councils, but given the state of playing and given in your own manifesto you've committed to review all policies and programmes to reduce health inequalities, I understand your answer just then. Do you believe, though, that there is some authority for you to take in making sure that the housing strategy has targets for family housing to avoid the overcrowding, which has had a particular effect on health?
I think we have to be clear we understand what you mean by the assertion. If the assertion is us having a target for private value family homes, that will not address the needs of Londoners unless Londoners start earning the salaries that can lead them to get mortgages of £500 million plus. And by the way, when I say the average cost of property in London is £435,000, that's for a one bed, not a family home. You go to most boroughs in London, the cost of a family home, if we assume it's a 3-bedroom home, is in excess of £600,000-700,000. And that's what we've got to do, is to make sure the numbers of affordable homes, council homes, intermediate homes and others have more family homes to address the issue of overcrowding, as well as having more smaller homes for those adult children currently living with mum and dad, being able to move out into their homes. There is a requirement in relation to when we give funding to providers to make sure there's a good mix of housing. What they look at is what a council's policy is in relation to their calculation of the needs per borough. So, for example, the need for family homes in Barnet may be different from the need in Camden. I think it's better for them to decide that rather than civil servants or the mayor in City Hall.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, but I would respectfully disagree, having seen the housing mixes going out in somewhere like Waltham Forest, for example, where the council is investing in large blocks of 1 to 2 bed homes, and it is 3 bed homes that are falling off and not getting thought about, and that does directly link into the overcrowding issue. I think it was Assembly Member Dr Sahuta that said the Mayor should examine policies on overcrowding of family-sized homes, particularly in light of COVID-19, to ensure that they match up with the objectives of his health policies. Again, this is about taking some authority here. You have the strategic view for the entirety of London, and I think it is worth you considering reviewing those policies to make sure there is some sort of base level target. Will you accept that that needs to be done?
I think we're in danger of talking at cross purposes. The health in all policies will mean housing policies like police policies, like fire policies, like economic policies, and looks through the prism of health issues. That includes issues around overcrowding, similarly around public amenity and public space. So our policy in relation to greening and having more public space will also be factored in as well. I want to see more family homes in London, not just that are affordable for those in the private market, but also those that are council, that are intermediate, and other forms of affordable homes as well. I'm looking forward to working with great councils like Waltham Forest and others to make sure we address the issue.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So really, you do want to review housing policies?
The health in all policies, we're looking at all the policies in City Hall, including housing.
Including housing, perfect. And just to finish, sorry if I can just change tack quickly to ask, in reviewing how important health is in early years, especially after the pandemic, could you explain why early years funding will be reduced from £450,000 in 2019 to 20 to £230,000 in this financial year?
Yes, the funding that I provide for early years is not statutory. It's a sort of funding never provided by the previous mayor, but funding that I think is important. Had we had more support from the government, had we had more revenues coming in through council tax or through business rates, had we not had a pandemic that's led to the sort of levels of unemployment that Assembly Member Deval referred to, but also concerns about further mass unemployment levels not seen since the 1980s, we'd be able to continue to spend record sums that I'm spending on early years. Because we've got to prioritise the finite budget we have, because there's a lack of support from government, because we haven't got the reassurance in relation to the CSR we'd hope to see, we've got to focus our limited resources in those priority areas. You'll be well aware of the 9 recovery missions agreed by the London Recovery Board. Some of those do include early years. So even though there may be less money coming from City Hall, I'm hoping because of the siloing of resources, there'll be other monies, other resources, other help from other key players in London. So hopefully young people in London won't lose out because of this awful pandemic and the consequences of lack of support from the government.
So to your own fund, though, just to be clear that you believe a reduction of over £200,000 from the £450,000 budget is fair?
That's not what I said. The way it works is you can't assert things in a question and put words in my mouth. What I said was I explained the challenges with the budget going forward. I explained the challenges with the reduction in council tax revenues. I explained the challenges with the reduction in business rates revenue. And I explained the challenges with potential mass unemployment in London in the 2020s, not seen since the 1980s, and the challenges of a finite budget in City Hall being used in the priorities that we have. But also I explained that we have 9 recovery missions agreed by the London Recovery Board, and they include amongst them focusing on young people as well. But the good news is, because we're working closer with London bodies from the NHS to TfL to the MPS to the Fire Brigade, but also to councils and the community and voluntary sector, I'm hoping to see more pooling of resources. So actually, because we're pooling resources, Londoners see benefits of that rather than adverse consequences.
Thank you. We now move on to the next lead-off question in the name of Assembly Member Hall, which concerns addressing vulnerabilities in the GLA and functional bodies.
Thank you, Chair. The pandemic has decimated TfL's finances and shown it can no longer be forced to rely so heavily on fares revenue. Sustainable funding is needed if we're going to have a transport system that continues to be safe, reliable and capable of supporting the things that are essential post-pandemic. It's important to remember that TfL only needs emergency funding from the government because its income from fares dropped by up to 90% because Londoners followed the rules by staying at home and avoiding public transport during the lockdown. In my first 4 years as Mayor, I reduced TfL's deficit by 71% and increased its cash balances by 13%. If we want to encourage people to come to London, then we need a transport network funded to support our city's recovery. Elsewhere, the pandemic has brought the inequalities that already exist within society into sharp focus, and this includes concerns around disproportionality amongst members of our black communities. That's why I work closely with our black communities, experts and the Met Police Service to produce an action plan to improve the trust and confidence black Londoners have in the MPS. The Met Police Service has recognised that trust in the police is still too low in some black communities, and this is something they'll continue to work to change. Like many organisations, the London Fire Brigade had to adapt quickly to new ways of working at the start of the pandemic, including in relation to the extra responsibilities the LFB wanted to take on in the emergency response. Working constructively with the representative bodies meant that formal agreements were quickly reached, and I'm proud of everyone involved in adapting so quickly. The Strategic Coordination Group, the SCG, has reviewed its response to both waves 1 and 2, and the London Resilience Forum has reviewed London's response to incidents of prolonged and chronic nature, including COVID-19, but also Brexit and the Grenfell Tower fire. We're committed to learning lessons as we go along, as well as long-term lessons for the future. It's important that everyone at every level does the same, which is why I'm calling for a full national public inquiry, which must investigate the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on people from black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds, disabled Londoners and those living in the most deprived communities.
Two very quick questions, one for Andy Byford, which I'll do first, and then for Andy Rowe. Andy Byford, we are happy that the government has given another bailout, and of course we are grateful that they're committed to a long-term deal when the time is appropriate. In the meantime, more people we can get onto the trains, the better, and having travelled in at 7 this morning when it was very busy, I'm pleased to see more ridership. Can you tell me, please, how quickly we're going to get the staff sorted out in the signal box? Because the Metropolitan line keeps going down, and there were warnings yesterday that other lines may have disruption or, in fact, go down. Can you tell me how quickly that will be resolved?
So I'll keep it very brief. Obviously, that is of concern to me. The issue of service control staff who are critical, because without the control staff, you can't run the service. This has been directly caused by the pandemic because we were not able to do training with people in close proximity, which they need to be. But now we have got people in training, and we should very soon be able to provide the full level of coverage and not have these service suspensions on the Met or the HNC.
I think it's ridiculous that we've got to this situation when we're just recovering. Andy Rowe, a very quick question for you. I've been contacted by firefighters. Can you tell me in a couple of words, how long does it take for station transfers to take place when a firefighter has asked to be moved from stations?
There's no single straightforward answer to that, because it will depend absolutely on individual circumstance and dependent on actually the skills required to maintain brigade response. So for highly skilled firefighters who are where we need them, it may take longer whilst we bring in a replacement who's skilled to the appropriate level. For others who are undertaking the more conventional role of a firefighter on a standard station, it will be much quicker. However, I'm happy to write in response to give you a breakdown of how the transfer policy works, our system to monitor and implement it, and some of the variation dependent on role.
I suspect you know why I'm asking you. I'm just asking. I wanted a quick answer, but please put it in writing to me, just how long it takes in general. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a series of questions, mainly for the Commissioner, Andy Byford. Good morning, Andy. As you said earlier, you took over as Commissioner during lockdown, not at the beginning. Were there any processes in place that you changed straight away on your arrival?
No, I think generally, in terms of obviously in the context of COVID, I felt that we had a good handle on pretty much everything. So the main issue I wanted to focus on was to drive three key priorities, all COVID related: to rebuild the finances, so get straight stuck into dealing with government to negotiate fair and affordable emergency funding; to rebuild the ridership. So we appointed a recovery director to put together a compelling plan with the GLA and also or the Mayor's Office and also with Central London businesses to get ridership back, but also to rebuild the morale and the organisational capability. They were my three main COVID-related priorities.
Thank you. So how differently do you think you are doing your job now compared to the way your predecessor did it?
Well, I think largely I'm continuing the good work that my predecessor, Mike Brown, did. I mean, Mike very ably took TfL into the early stages of COVID and took very quick and decisive action, and also negotiated the first of those funding deals, the H1 funding deal. So I picked up the baton from there. We've negotiated both the H2 funding settlement, an emergency temporary funding deal, and then the most recent one that takes us through to December. So by and large, it was continuous work, it was continuous effort. There's been no real big departure from what Mike did, but certainly I'm very focused on those three streams that I just outlined and described to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that you weren't in post when the decision was taken, but do you know when the decision was taken to end TfL's physical inspection of bus garages?
It was fairly shortly after the beginning of the crisis, and that was because it was in line with the very clear direction we have from Public Health England that you should restrict its social interaction as best as you could. So inspections were pared back precisely because we did not want to put too many people into depots and thereby exacerbate the potential for cross-infection amongst employees.
Thank you. So, do you recognise that that was probably a mistake, though?
No, I think that when we have given you answers on this before, it's important that we understood what was going on in depots, so we were still in contact with individual bus operators to make sure that people had proper conditions, safe mess facilities, that there was proper social distancing contained within depots, one-way systems, segregated areas where that made sense. And we have progressively now been able to reinstate those physical visits. I've done some of them myself.
Yeah. So, do you agree, though, that had these physical inspections been in place, that it would have been easier to identify any substandard or COVID insecure conditions at bus garages?
Well, I think it's always easier if you are actually there. I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer. It stands to reason. But the reason that we did not do those physical inspections for the very earliest part of the end of the pandemic was because the overwhelming advice to us from public health professionals was that we should limit the interaction of people at bus depots, so no unnecessary additional people. So that's not to say we were passive to it. We still talked to the bus operators. We still gave them guidance on what they needed to do, such as maintaining one-way systems or much greater spacing in canteens, for example. But we followed guidance in paring back the number of people physically going to locations.
Okay, but do you accept or agree with the belief of many people, especially bus drivers, that there would or could have been fewer cases of COVID and even possibly even fewer deaths had these inspections been maintained?
I don't think it's easy to make that assertion. I don't think you can make a direct correlation. I think the overriding reason for the terrible impact upon bus drivers was the fact that the biggest single factor was when the lockdown came in. That plus the age profile and ethnic background makeup of our bus driver population, without question, were fundamental factors. We've looked at those factors. We've had the study, as you know, done by academia to look at what more we could have done and what more we should do, and we've taken further steps to better protect our bus drivers because no one wanted those deaths. We grieve them. It's awful that happened. But I don't think you can make a direct correlation between the temporary cessation of the visits and the deaths that ensued.
Okay, so I just really need a yes or a no question to this. If there were a third wave, do you think that you would do things differently this time?
Well, I think we know more about the nature of COVID than we did back then, yes. So, but also the fact that we now have much better containment and much better physical distancing within depots means we've got less to do going forward.
Okay. Can I ask you, Commissioner, how many times do you communicate with the Mayor during, let's say, during a week? How many times would you say that you communicate with the Mayor during the course of a week?
I meet formally with the Mayor every 2 weeks, and that's via a video conference, obviously, while we're in the pandemic. But in between that, probably on a weekly basis, and certainly with the Deputy Mayor, who's my direct boss. But I have regular dialogue with the Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Would you know that? Oh, sorry, that's very fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I ask a couple of questions of you very quickly, please? When Mike Brown was the Commissioner, how often did he communicate with you, and was that more or less frequently than Andy Brown does now?
Andy Byford.
Byford, sorry, yes. Getting my Mike's and my Andy's mixed up.
It's similar. So Andy's described the normal rhythm of communications, but clearly there's sometimes where if there's things happening, it could be on a daily basis, more than one time a day. And each morning I receive an email from Andy's team about what's happening on the network. If we're concerned about particular issues, it could be more than one time a day. So recently, during the bank holiday weekend, I think we're in regular contact because obviously doing the deal. Yesterday was a board meeting, so I think the rhythm is as Andy describes, both with Mike Brown and with Andy B.
Okay, thank you. We talked earlier about the decision to end physical inspections of bus garages. Were you involved in that decision at all, or was that purely a decision taken by your Andy's predecessor, Mike Brown?
So during that phase, I was speaking to Mike and his team on a daily basis, often more than once a day, and Heidi as well. That had been an operational decision taken by TfL, but I would have known about it in real time. I can't give you the concise date I knew about it, but because we were speaking so regularly, it would have been odd for me not to know about it because of the rhythm of our contact.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question to Commissioner Byford. Commissioner, could you give us an update, please, on the status of the Piccadilly line signalling upgrade, please? It's of particular interest to my constituents in Hounslow, and last year your predecessor described it as the #1 priority for Transport for London. So could you give us an update on where we are, please?
So it's something I equally see as a priority. As you know, we're buying new trains for the Piccadilly line. They're currently being, the design's finalised and they will be constructed in Gaul, so that's great. Get new trains to replace the 1973 tube stock. At the moment, the funding for the upgrade, the signalling upgrade, is not secured. That is something that is absolutely essential that we do secure. That is job one for me when we get into those long-term discussions with government about long-term funding that government have promised from December. I see that as an absolute top priority.
Thank you. Something that's always linked to the Piccadilly line signalling upgrade is the issue of the Piccadilly line train service at Turnham Green Station. As you know, at the moment, Piccadilly line trains don't stop there outside of the very early morning or very late evening. Residents in Chiswick and surrounding areas have campaigned for years, decades even, to change this and to get a full service of Piccadilly line trains at Turnham Green. What's your views on this as a new commissioner? Will you be progressing getting a full service at Turnham Green?
I think back to my tube days, Assembly Member, and I was on the tube from 1989 to 2003, so I'm certainly familiar with the issue, albeit I didn't work on the Piccadilly line. We have looked at it in the past. There is an impact upon the line capacity if you stop trains there additionally, but I will get a written response to you once I've spoken with the MD of the tube so that we've got the up-to-date position.
Thank you very much. One final question to me, from me. Hammersmith Bridge, as you're aware, there's work underway to hopefully get the bridge reopened to pedestrians and cyclists in the summer. What work is Transport for London doing to support this?
Well, of course, it is the bridge itself belongs to the boroughs. but we are, as part of the funding deal, we are providing a third of the funding, £45 million worth of funding overall, but a third of that, so £15 million will be assigned by Transport for London to do stabilisation works on the bridge. In parallel, we have procured a ferry to provide transport from the Barnes Peninsula across to the other side, and that we expect to go into service, a ferry which will carry something like 800 passengers an hour. That will go into service later this year in the autumn.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Clarification, Chair. It's not to go off my time. Look, I don't mind about flexibility and issues, but that last question was appropriate for this question from the Tories, the lead-off question. The first two questions were general. I just asked you, and I realise flexibility in new people learning new issues. I'm all for that, and I'm not going to be critical of the member. But really, Chair, about flexibility, if we'd known that flexibility existed, we might not have asked the questions that we did, and we might not have sticked in terms of our lead questions. I do think we should try to stick to the frameworks that we've had that have been established. I don't think they restrict us too much, but general updates can come anywhere. It's about the vulnerabilities, I understand, around that. And the Smith and Fulham question, completely on board. We'd all want to understand where we got to on that. But I'm looking for you for guidance for the future. And I know you'd want to be flexible. I share that. But I just want to be clear about that we're not going to continue that into other plenaries, and we're going to try and stick to the rules, because if not, we need to issue new guidance.
Right. Sorry, I think that the financial vulnerabilities TfL are facing at the moment is directly linked to why that Piccadilly Line project isn't going ahead.
I think the member did start off with in the same ballpark, and he drifted a little.
I know I'm hard of hearing,
yeah,
but I didn't quite hear that ballpark around that. I want us to be flexible. We're a tolerant group, but of course, and I know, and I'm not accusing the member of abusing it, but others with more experience maybe abused it in the future, and we wouldn't want that to happen. I just want to put a marker down.
Yeah, I take that on board, and I do recognise it's the second time you've told me off, and you're quite right. Yeah. So some members are reminded that it must be in the general area. Assembly Member Bailey now, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Can I address my first question to Deputy Commissioner Sir Stephen House? 2 weeks ago, I raised the prospect of the Mayor of an increase in violence as we came out of lockdown, and as we saw, I elevated Hyde Park as a particular flashpoint that I felt needed looking at. Unfortunately, I was correct, and everybody saw the social media post of a young man being chased, attacked, and ultimately stabbed. So I want to put to you, what work is being done to specifically keep our public areas safe as we emerge from lockdown and we get into a full swing of summer? Traditionally, summer has been a bit of a spark point, and with lockdown, it looks like there could be extra pressure. So again, Commissioner, what is specifically being done by the Met to keep our public spaces safe?
Okay, thank you for the question. I sort of refer back to some of my previous comments. Every one of our 12 local basic command units, BCUs, across the Met has got a specific plan for the next few months, and this is backed up with a Met-wide plan which you'll be familiar with, which is called Summer Nights, which is designed to put more of our officers onto the streets in those places where we have experienced flashpoints in the past, or our intelligence suggests to us that we're going to have problems in the future, and often those are public spaces. I'm sure you'll appreciate it's very difficult for us to be in every part of Hyde Park at once. We put in a very quick response. A number of people have been arrested in relation to the incidents that were seen on social media. And I think it's also important to say for the wider public that although we saw that flashpoint over the weekend, actually if you compare this financial year to 1920, i.e. before COVID, actually we're seeing in general violence figures significantly down in these two comparison periods. So we don't take that as complacency. We've got really complex plans in place. We're putting a lot of extra asset onto the streets to try to keep the public in London safe, particularly around open spaces, with a particular focus on the safety of women as well, I have to say. and we'll also be keeping our campaigns in relation to stop and search. I think when you see the sort of sites we saw, people running around with long knives like that, it emphasises the reasons for doing stop and search. Members will probably know we seize around 400 weapons a month through doing our stop and search campaigns.
Thank you, Commissioner. You talked about extra assets, but are you using your intelligence to deploy those assets, and can you commit to extra patrols in areas where the public feel vulnerable and or your own intelligence suggests that something could happen? Are you committed to extra patrols?
Absolutely is how we work. So we use intelligence from open sources on social media, but also what we're picking up from various contacts that we will have and from officers' observations on the street. We're very focused on gang activity. And we know historically that places like Hyde Park in summer, in hot weather, attract a number of groups of people who come, and initially everything's fine, but throughout the day, often when drink is involved or gangs meet up, then we have problems. So we work very closely with the Royal Parks and other and local councils on their open areas to put officers into the right places. We put a lot of mounted patrols through Hyde Park, and that will continue through the summer. So yes, I can absolutely guarantee we use intelligence, we use all of the information that we have to target those areas where we think there are going to be problems and diffuse those problems, preferably before they start, by seizing weapons and moving people on. But obviously we're always willing to hear more from the public in relation to what they think is happening and concerns, and we are responding increasingly quickly to social media to make sure that the public maintain a high level of confidence in our activities.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I could just come to you. All through the 80s, you'll know, you're of the correct vintage to know that all through the 80s, football violence, hooliganism was rife and was a real problem. And the police eventually got on top of it with a very targeted approach. And one of the big elements of that was targeting known troublemakers, people who had a history of it. Is there a lesson to be learned from how the police dealt with that in the way we deal with knife crime? Because across the summer, speaking to young people, they constantly give the message they sort of know who the troublemakers are. The police's intelligence is fairly good on this. Are we doing any work to use that intelligence? And I say that in direct reference to the knife crime prevention orders pilot. I know it was stopped because of the lockdown. Is there any plans to bring that back? What state is that in? Could you let us have an update?
Yeah, can I thank you for your question, the way you asked it, and also reminding all of us, including the Deputy Commissioner, of lessons we can learn from previous police initiatives. The good news is, over the course of the last year, the police have set up across London these violence suppression units, and they're roughly speaking about 600 officers across London in every borough, every BCU of London. And what they're doing is they're getting intelligence from the communities based upon the relationships they build up with the community. So if you think of layers, of course there's the Violent Crime Task Force, there's the TSGs, there's the Trident and so forth. But these are officers based in the BCUs who've got intelligence. And I'll give you a live example, Sean, which should give you confidence. I was out and about in Islington this week, and you had a really good example of the Violent Crime Task Force using intelligence from the local police. Literally, they worked together, and they targeted known drug dealers. Similarly, it can be used for violent crime, habitual knife carriers. You may remember last summer, the police were going to, and they were meeting and speaking to habitual knife carriers to see if they could turn them around, that sort of teachable moment, because they were at home, ostensibly most of them were. And so just to reassure you that the police always iterate and evolve, learn new lessons based upon history, but also what other forces around the country are doing. This week, the Commission...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I just direct you specifically to the knife crime prevention orders? The pilot was paused. Do you have any plans to bring it back? What is its status?
The police are very keen to use the successes of the orders going forward. As you remember, there's a civil remedy and then a criminal remedy as well, and the police are very much signed up to the orders being expanded, but also there are other things they're doing. The point I try to make is there's not just the one thing the police are doing, other things as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to stop there because I'm under time pressure. Thank you.
Assembly Member Devenish.
My question is for the Commissioner of TfL, Andy Byford. In the last year, bus services have been a major component of keeping us safe while being transported in London. Do you have any particular changes in mind? What worked well and what didn't work well during the crisis?
Well, I think the fact that we kept going, Assembly Member, showed that worked well in that we maintained the service levels, which was absolutely critical in order to A, provide service to those areas that don't have tube stations, B, to keep provision of transport open for key workers, and C, because we wanted to provide social distancing. So it was very important that we did all three of those, and we successfully achieved that. In terms of what didn't work well, you know, I think generally I'm proud of what we did. Obviously, the fact that we've lost bus drivers is, as I said earlier in response to a question, immense pain to all of us. But generally, the bus service has held up, and I'm very proud of both our direct employees and the contractors who've achieved that objective.
And do you have any plans for any major organisations at all in West London in terms of bus services?
No, we are looking at what the implications of revised travel patterns might mean for bus services. So if, for example, it became apparent that there wasn't going to be such mass movement from outer London into inner London, then we'll need to tweak the services to provide more provision in the outer areas. If, for example, people were migrating to the so-called 15-minute cities, in other words, the outer satellites of London, then it's only normal practice that you make revisions. Other than a budgeted 4% reduction in kilometrage, which we will do as part of our budgeted program, we have no plans at present to fundamentally change the bus network.
I understand there are some plans to modify or change public engagement within TfL. Can you tell us anything about that?
Well, I'm a great believer in public engagement. I'm not sure specifically what you're talking about, but certainly I believe it's good practice that we should go out and ask Londoners what they want by way of their transport service, be that on the buses or the tubes. It's something I used to do in New York in my previous job, and I'm certainly an advocate of that, listening to what elected officials want from TfL for their communities, but also London Travel Watch and other user groups and customers themselves. So we do a lot of research to gain people's views, what they like, what they don't like, and then we can adjust accordingly within the budget we've got.
It was reported by one of the public affairs companies this week that there was a restructuring going on within TfL in terms of their public engagement. Is that not correct?
I'd have to look at the specifics of that. I'm not aware of a fundamental restructure of that. We are looking at what the impact of our budget situation is on all aspects of what we do. But certainly, I'm not advocating any change in or any continuation in our public outreach. On the contrary, I think it's very important and we should continue that. But I'll look at the specifics and come back to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question up to the Mayor, if I may, about the Outer London boundary charge, which has come up as part of TfL's financing question. You'll be aware that the Secretary of State has said that he opposes it and would try to block it. You're probably also aware that it is not very popular with residents across London, and I've spoken to residents outside London who, not surprisingly, are also very against it. Are you still committed to pursuing that as an option for TfL's financing?
Look, I don't want to have a boundary charge in London. The government's requiring us by 2023 to find an additional £500 million worth of revenues over and above the savings we've got to make of circa £900 million on top of the £730 million in a business plan. And so that begs the question, how will you raise £500 million to £1 billion? It's eye-watering if you raise council tax or increase fares. The only really options in our toolkit is to do a feasibility study into the boundary charge. So we are continuing with a feasibility study in relation to a boundary charge, and if that is not a revenue stream that's amenable to the DfT/HMG, then really it's for the government to explain to us how they expect us to raise £500 million worth of revenues by 2023.
So as far as you're concerned, Mr Mayor, this is an option that is still on the table and that residents should be aware that this might happen?
The feasibility study is taking place, as was set out in the independent review undertaken by experts for TfL. We published our independent review, but at the moment we can't think of other ways to raise the £500 million, but we're having conversations with the government because one way we could do so is for the government to devolve to London the amount of monies they raise from Londoners through the vehicle excise duty, and I'm sure you'll be letting Londoners know as well that all the money they raise by paying road tax goes out of London, improving the roads in other parts of the country, not London. The roads in London are maintained by those who use public transport in London, the buses, tubes, trams and overground, not by those that pay the road tax. So we said to the government the sensible way to go forward is either fiscal devolution, a la London Finance Commission, Boris Johnson Commission Report 1, or the second one that was commissioned by me, that giving us the VED money that we raise. And if you really aren't willing to consider fiscal devolution or giving us the VED raised in London, the other option recommended by the independent panel of experts was a boundary charge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Disappointing that you won't take it off the table. Thank you, Chairman.
Assembly Member Duval.
A question to the Mayor and about TfL vulnerabilities and the funding agreements. Is this the same Secretary of State that supports LTNs and safe spaces and cycling lanes that tells you that they want you to continue doing that? And is this the same Secretary of State who's a bit confused because he's unclear about congestion charging and whether he supports a ULEZ on clean air, despite saying he supports clean air and he wants to do that? Is that the same Secretary of State that that Assembly member was referring to? Well, and is it true that Andrew Gilligan, the SPAD who leads the so-called negotiations or non-negotiations on TfL, constantly raises that you're not doing enough to be supportive of LTNs and cycle lanes in London, which that party opposite doesn't support and fought the last election saying they were going to scrap them all? Is this the same government that that member was referring to?
Indeed. And on the one hand, the government claims to be in favour of active travel, but when it comes to engaging with Londoners and explaining their policy from the centre, there's lots of silence. And in fact, you've got a situation where Conservatives on the Assembly, Conservatives in councils across London are speaking against their own government's policies, and it's left to Labour mayors, Labour councils and their politicians to defend the Conservative Secretary of State and his special advisor.
Assembly Member Hall.
Okay, very quick one, please, for Andy Rowe. EHMIC-FRS identified several areas for improvement, and I'll talk to you at length about those another time. One, though, providing practical training exercises at high-rise buildings for incidents, commanders, etc. You've mentioned 8,000 high-rise buildings in London. Can you tell me, have you at least sorted out that particular issue that the HMIC-FRS were concerned about?
Yes, I think we have a comprehensive plan in place to recommence now that we're seeing the lifting of restrictions imposed by lockdown. That exercising programme and the first exercises, as I understand it, are going to commence in June and will continue forward in perpetuity as part of regular maintenance of skills.
Thank you.
I think GLA Conservatives are now out of time. We next move...
We are a church on this side of the table, but we're not sure if that extends to Susan Hall joining our group. At the end of that, or the beginning of that session, that was the Conservative time was taken off the Labour group time. That's what we were trying to indicate.
I think that
it was roughly 5 to 6 seconds, we think, which are all important considering where we are.
Are you saying you want to hear 5 more seconds of Assembly Hall?
Seconds back, and I don't mind the Tories being out of time, but I'd like us to have...
About 20 seconds,
About
Chair,
20
and I'll make sure it evens
will
up
be
on
updated. A small technical glitch, so apologies for that. The next lead-off question is in the name of Caroline Pidgeon, Assembly Member Pidgeon, learning from the pandemic.
Thank you for your question. With hindsight, I think it's clear to all of us now that one of our biggest failures as a country was the initial delay to move to a national lockdown in March 2020. This undoubtedly cost many lives. At the time, I was making the point to the government that they should be moving much more quickly, and I began urging Londoners to stay home even before the full lockdown was announced. It was only when I was finally invited to Cobra on March the 16th that the full extent of the impact of the virus on our city was made clear to me, and I immediately announced that all Londoners should stop all non-essential contact and work from home where possible, whilst also lobbying the Prime Minister to implement a full lockdown. Knowing what we know about the virus, I would have tried to push the Prime Minister even harder to move more quickly. But we did learn from this lesson and we changed how we lobbied. For example, we talked to the government about a host of new and proactive measures such as face coverings that we knew would help slow the spread of the virus. I've got the humility to acknowledge that we could have done something differently and we continue to learn, and I welcome the announcement of a public inquiry into the response to COVID, which must be started and completed as soon as possible.
So on specifically decisions around TfL, so just before the pandemic, the contract was finalised for the design, build, finance and maintenance of the Silvertown Road Tunnel. But within months, TfL's finances were devastated by the pandemic, as we've been discussing this morning, and very soon it became clear travel patterns for many people might permanently change. So did it occur to you in your thinking throughout this time that it would make sense to pause the project and review whether this motorway under the Thames, as I like to call it, was a transport priority in the post-COVID world?
Chair, I think this is a contract which we've discussed at many mayors' question times, and it's been looked at in advance of the contract being given to the companies that's been given to, including from the government, and the various development consent orders and inquiries taking place. The Assembly will be aware the cost of cancelling the contract without giving away commercially sensitive information runs to a lot of money, and so it's not an option that I think is sensible. I'd also make the point that Londoners may not be aware of that this is a contract which isn't funded out of the TfL budget. It is a design, build, maintain and finance contract, and in fact it's paid off over the course of many years as revenues are raised through the toll both on Blackwall Tunnel and on the Silvertown Tunnel. The most unreliable bus in London is the 108. Why? Because it uses the Blackwall Tunnel, which is closed on a regular basis on average between 500 and 700 times a year. A 5-minute delay leads to a 3-minute tailback, which means if you're a bus user on the 108, you don't want to use the bus, and instead use other ways to get across the river, ostensibly driving. And so what we're seeking to do is to increase the amount of river crossings in London. The DLI extension to park in Riverside is one example of a public transport solution. Having a reserved lane both ways on the Silvertown Tunnel to double-decker buses is a way to both encourage public transport use, but to reduce the poor quality air, the congestion, and the particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide and carbon emissions coming from the current situation.
But given the situation we're in, did you not think you might like to look afresh at the issue using the new data, the current situation, and given the massive impact the pandemic has had on TfL's finances and how we're all travelling around the city, will you now pause the project and ensure an independent review is undertaken to see if this is the way you should be spending TfL money?
I'm really surprised that you aren't aware of the data over the last 15 months around Blackwall Tunnel. There have been as many closures around the Blackwall Tunnel over the 15 months as there have in previous periods. The congestion in that part of London is still the same during the worst parts of the pandemic. The poor quality air caused by the status quo remains the same. Doing nothing, as has been suggested, isn't an option. And in fact, the fact that you've got one health crisis, a COVID crisis, potentially replaced by another one, exacerbation of air quality by cartilage recovery is one of the reasons why we need to have additional river crossings in the east of London. If you stand on Tower Bridge and look west, I think there are 18 river crossings. If you look east, I think there are 2. Okay. I think there are more river crossings on the other side of Tower Bridge.
So since the start of COVID, we have learned far more about air pollution. There is even a fear and some studies that suggest air pollution might even assist its transfer through the air. In November last year, I asked a mayoral question about the monitoring of particulate matter connected to the tunnel. After 4 months, you replied saying you were considering options for particulate monitoring. Will you confirm today whether dangerous particulate pollution will be fully monitored on all approach roads to your Silvertown Tunnel in Greenwich, Lewisham, Newham and Tower Hamlets?
I'm happy, Chair, to bring in the Commissioner to respond to the specific point about how we monitor particulate matter, also nitrogen dioxide and carbon emissions. I should just add, we have now got the most extensive air quality monitors London's ever had. We've increased the capacity through the assistance of Bloomberg Philanthropics, and we continue to have more monitors across London. But if I could bring in, Chair, the Commissioner, he'll give more details of the sort of monitoring work taking place, not just around Silvertown Tunnel, but across London as well.
Commissioner, my question is specifically on the approach roads to this new Silvertown Tunnel. Can you confirm that particulate pollution will be fully monitored?
My belief is that yes, it will. But to avoid giving you an inaccurate answer, I'm going to check my facts and provide a written answer to you. But I'm pretty certain that the answer is yes.
Lovely, thank you very much. And very briefly, Mr. Mayor, on a different issue, we've discussed bus drivers throughout this morning. Do you regret not installing safety screens earlier on London's buses? I know it was a big debate, lots of change, very fluid. Is there more that could have been done in that area earlier?
No, one of the things we've got to do, Chair, is make sure we don't mislead Londoners with assertions made in questions that simply aren't true. So, for example, it's worth reminding Londoners that lockdown was the UK went into lockdown on the 23rd of March of 2020, and on the 23rd of March 2020, drivers in London buses were shielded from public interaction by a clear protective screen to provide even higher levels of protection. No other buses were doing that. So that work began on the day we went into lockdown. But before we went into lockdown, so this is in advance of us going into lockdown, as early as the 9th of March, we had statements reiterating public health advice. On the 10th of March, so in advance by 13 days of national lockdown, TfL had announced and started enhanced cleaning regimes, 30-day antiviral spray fully rolled out across the bus network and the tube network. By the 16th of March, again, well in advance of official lockdown, TfL had secured and had handed out large stocks of hand sanitizers for distribution to bus garages and drivers. So this was taking place well in advance of lockdown, and indeed in advance of lockdown, a huge amount of work being done across the TfL network in buses and elsewhere. And just to remind colleagues on the Assembly what the Commissioner said, because we weren't happy with marking our own homework, we got one of the world leading experts, UCL's Health Equity Unit, to look into what we've done, what more we could have done, and lessons learned. And one of the conclusions reached by UCL's Health Equity Unit was actually the biggest explanation for the horrible numbers of bus drivers who caught the virus and lost their lives was because of the failure to go into lockdown sooner and the community transmissions amongst bus drivers. We've made sure, though, going forward that we do whatever we can in relation to keeping our buses safe. We were the first bus company that, for example, closed the front doors, including losing fares, to make sure bus drivers stayed away from passengers, and we'll continue to evolve and find new ways to keep our staff safe.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. This is my question to the Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in terms of key decisions, my big concern is around the economy and employment and how we can better support the older Londoners who have lost their jobs because of the pandemic. What will you do to improve the training and reskilling of the over 40s and 50s Londoners and support their access into adult education to get back into the workplace?
Thank you for your question. So we've been doing lots of work in relation to the budgets we've got control of, and ostensibly that's adult education. We've looked at who are currently using adult education to make sure we're reaching the Londoners who need the most support. So more than half of all learners are from ethnic minority backgrounds, 70%, not mentioned in your question, which I find surprising. I hope you care about them as well. 70% of all learners are women, not mentioned in your question, but we care about them as well. The majority of learners are aged between 24 and 49, 62%, whilst around a third are above the age of 50, and around 14% have a self-declared learning disability. So what we're doing, Chair, is using the budgets we have to make sure we address the needs of the underserved communities across London, particularly focusing on protecting those who are currently working so they don't lose their jobs. That means free courses for those who get the minimum wage but not the living wage, and that's helping 20,000 Londoners. And that free training means they can skill up to get the jobs. And over the course of the next period, we'll be making sure we assist more Londoners, including the older Londoners that you mentioned in your question. That's one of the focuses
could I ask
of
you
the
to
recovery
bring your
vision as well.
to a close, as the Liberal Democrat group are now out of time. Thank you very much. There being Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
30 seconds?
Yes. Well.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things we have to learn is that your inner London zone has improved the air quality by 30%. And the air quality report on the Self-Town Tunnel was put up to public inquiry, which wasn't challenged. So what lessons can we draw from that?
Well, I thought there's been independent analysis in relation to the progress we're going to make on improving the air in London by a combination of a ULEZ extension, which will include both the Silvertown Tunnel and the Blackwall Tunnel, but also the other policies we've got to reduce these health inequalities. I appreciate the campaigning benefits this may provide to some members on the Assembly, but I think they've got to answer the question, how is it going to improve the quality of air in London? There's been independent scrutiny, and we're determined to improve the status quo, which is unacceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other members indicated. We have now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you very much to our guests for answering our questions today. The Assembly has a few more items of business to deal with, but please feel free to leave the chamber or the Zoom call whilst we deal with those. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Let me get better.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked?
Agreed.
I have had it put to me by a majority of groups that now would be a good time for an adjournment, because we have a very long a very long session following now for motions. So that being said, I think we'll adjourn for 11 minutes, because that makes it 12:20. Yeah. 12 till 12:20.
Good.
Apologies for the delay restarting this meeting. There's been a whole flurry of amendments and motions, but we're now underway. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I have agreed to vary the limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion may speak for up to 5 minutes. They are not obliged to speak up to 5 minutes. And similarly, the seconder of a motion may speak for up to 3 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. So, that being said, we will move on to the first motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Hall. At this point, one moment. Can I take guidance? Should I also notify of the amendments at this point, or?
There's a move after chair. I would just say I believe that Assembly Member Hall is going to move a small alteration to her motion, but I haven't got a hard copy of that as yet. But it's sort of fairly small, so I don't know if it's something that Assembly Member Hall could perhaps move orally, or I could explain it if that's useful.
I'm sorry, I thought it was tabled.
Apologies.
That's all right. I thought the amendment was tabled because it's to accommodate the Greens' comments. So, helpful. Apologies, I thought that had been tabled. It was just a slight change.
Could we have that read out to the Assembly, please?
Thank you, Chair. I know Assembly Member Hall is about to move her altered motion. Just while we wait for hard copies to arrive, the alteration relates to the 5th bullet point, which begins carefully scrutinise future requests for demonstrations and so on, and it's to delete the words and not approve any future demonstration without sufficient, and then add one word which is with. So that amended bullet point in full would read, carefully scrutinise future requests for demonstrations to ensure a zero-tolerance approach against any anti-Semitic speech or imagery, with guarantees that such behaviour will not be permitted and will be swiftly dealt with if it arises. Thank you, Chair.
That being said, Assembly Member Hall, if you could indicate in your speech whether or not you accept that amendment.
Yes, of course, and I'm incorporating it, Chairman. Chairman, as you know, I very rarely bring motions here, but I feel very, very strongly about this. Our Jewish communities have rarely been attacked as the way they have over the past few months. It has got to such a state that one of my colleagues in Harrow, whose children goes to a Jewish school, has been told not to let their children wear their school blazers outside school. This is quite frankly dreadful, and every one of us should feel that pain for the Jewish community. It's completely unacceptable. We've seen videos posted on social media with convoys of cars screaming abuse about the Jewish community. F the Jews, F their daughters, F their mothers, and rape their daughters. This is absolutely horrific. And we have to stand up as a body and fight against this. And I know very often we amend different motions to put in extra bits and pieces. And it's been so small, I've accepted the Greens' change. But quite frankly, I don't want to put in lots of other things. This motion speaks for itself. This motion says that we are with our Jewish communities, that we feel for our communities, and we are asking the Mayor to actually, and it's in the motion, commission and publish a specific strategy for tackling anti-Semitism in London. I have to tell you, I spoke to the Jewish Forum last night, and they told me that there has been more anti-Semitic attacks than ever before in June. It's the highest month ever. That's what they've told me. We have got to stand up against this specific racism. We are all against all racism. I know that, and I know every single member here is. But this is specific, and it's very, very important that we get behind this motion to show our Jewish community that we will support them, we will look for ways to make this better for them, and that we will not tolerate the sort of abuse that they have had to put up with recently. Thank you. I put this motion forward, Chair.
Thank you. I've been given notice of an amendment from the Labour Group.
Sorry, Chair, is it seconded by Assemblymember Devonish?
I beg your pardon, Assemblymember Devonish.
Thank you, Chair. I don't normally speak at motions either, but this, of my 5 years as an Assembly member, I've never been so shocked by the events of the 2 weekends in May, walking through my Notting Hill constituency and seeing people spreading hate. I guess the biggest shock for me was the mum and dads turning up with their kids with banners with appallingly hateful expressions. Not one or two people, but literally dozens and dozens and dozens of people spreading hate across London. I agree with every word that AM Hall has said. And one final thing I wanted to say, I understand there's another demonstration this weekend. And I would say to those going on this demonstration, you have the right of free speech, but if you practice hate, the full force of the law should be used against you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, and apologies to Assemblymember Devonish for not calling you in earlier. I'm still new to this. I have notification of an amendment by the Labour Group. Who will be speaking to that? Assemblymember Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Assembly, firstly, can I thank the Conservative Group for bringing this motion. We must all take a stand against anti-Semitism and against some of the appalling sins that we've seen in London recently, which have led Jewish Londoners to feel insecure, unsafe, and under attack. This is quite simply not on. It's unacceptable. I've seen and been sent clips of incidents after marches in central London with hard anti-Semitic statements being made. And sadly, the Met was standing by and saying nothing and doing nothing. I understand that the rationale for this is that sometimes it is better for the Met to act afterwards and gather evidence. But this does send out the wrong signal, that they are scared to act, they are losing control of the streets of London and pandering the politically correct lobby. The appalling attacks that we saw of the rabbi in Redbridge and other anti-Semitic incidents need to be condemned unreservedly, unequivocally, and unceasingly. No ifs and no buts. And let me say this to the perpetrators of these attacks, that I hope you're prosecuted if you've not already been arrested by the police. I hope that you feel the full force of the law and that you are doing a grave disservice to the Palestinian cause. You're actually taking it back. Make no mistake about that. This city of ours has an enviable record of communities living in harmony. Because of our cosmopolitanism, inevitably, there are situations around the world that have ramifications here and arouse strong emotions. In this case, the situation in the Middle East. But that is no excuse for allowing anti-Semitism on our streets. To keep people united is the task of all of us, elected representatives, whether in the Assembly or London members of Parliament. We have avoided the race riots of inner-city America. I was at a seminar with Senator Devonish recently, talking about the future of London. I made this point, that apart from Notting Hill 1958, we avoided, thankfully, the race riots that we've seen in many parts of inner-city America. And as I say, long may this continue. So why this amendment? If I can address the 2 points that we make in the amendment. It's important that Jewish Londoners know that the political leadership of this city and of this country stands firmly with them, behind them and with them. The Mayor has led from the front on this issue, and it would be churlish to deny that fact. He has been attacked for his strong stance against anti-Semitism by people who should know better. But he has been consistent from day one, since 2015, when he was a candidate to be Mayor of London. I've known Sadiq for a long time, for over 20 years. And also, for that matter, we should acknowledge that the government, both led by the Prime Minister and other ministers, have taken a very robust stand, very rightly, very correctly on this issue. It would be churlish not to acknowledge that as well. I must say also that the mayor does not have the power to ban demonstrations. That's why we made this point in our amendment. He has an advisory role, but the power to ban demonstrations rests solely with the Home Secretary. So again, let me finish on this note, thanking the Conservative group for bringing this motion. I hope that you're able to accept our amendment, which is to add value to the motion. Let us rise above partisan politics and support this motion in a way that reflects the sentiments of all members in this room. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And seconding is Assembly Member Cooper.
Yes, Chair. I'd like to formally second the amendment and I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Yesterday, I also met with the London Jewish Forum, and the conversation was actually really uplifting in terms of how much the community has pulled together during the pandemic, particularly in their interfaith projects. However, despite the successes of these inspiring intercommunal initiatives in the capital, London's diverse communities have had to deal with appalling experiences of hate crime, such as the rise of anti-Semitism, that many of my Jewish friends have had to endure during the recent weeks. I'm proud that the Liberal Democrats have adopted the full IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and my colleague Caroline Pidgeon regularly raises concerns of anti-Semitism with the Mayor to ensure that London's Jewish population feels safe and secure in the city. As a Muslim woman, I will continue to stand up for the Jewish community, and I will promise my friends that I will do all in my power as the London Assembly member to tackle anti-Semitism. However, I want to be part of a long-term solution to end all hate crime in London. And I only think it's only right that we as London Assembly members work on a sustainable community cohesion approach. After working with great initiatives such as Nisa Nisham and Mitzvah Day, I truly believe that we need to break down the root causes to hate crime if we are really to see an end to it. It won't be easy, but it is worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Can I just briefly interrupt the flow of debate by asking if the Assembly agrees to extend the meeting under Standing Order 2.9 to finish the business on the agenda? Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. And the next on my list is Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. As an Assembly member who has a very large Jewish community in Redbridge, I've been appalled by the recent events, especially the attack on one of my rabbis in Redbridge. We've seen that there's been over a 500% rise in anti-Semitic incidents over the last few months, which is absolutely appalling. I just have some questions about the Labour amendment, though. I'm not quite sure why they feel the need to put in some kind of praise for the Mayor. Very passionately, Assemblymember Desai, you spoke about what the Mayor has done and spoken about, but you also mentioned what the government has done and what ministers have done. So if you really wanted it to be non-political, then surely you would have put in your amendment not just the acknowledgement of what the Mayor has done, but also acknowledging the work that the government has done, but clearly you've chosen not to do that. And then when it comes to recognising the ultimate power of the ban, we're not calling here for a ban, because we appreciate that the Mayor, or neither the Mayor nor the MPS, have the power to ban these events, but they do have the power to agree them or not, and that is where we're looking for the Metropolitan Police to use their discretion. So I think it is a shame that also your amendment dilutes some of the passion and some of the solidarity that we want to show as an Assembly with our friends in the Jewish community by having to include that we condemn all hate crime. Of course, everybody in this room condemns hate crime, that is a given. And of course, we all acknowledge the work that the Mayor has done, again, not just in relation to the Jewish community, but against all hate crime. You know, I will be the first to stand up and acknowledge that, and have worked with him on issues on that in the past. But this is about showing solidarity with our Jewish brothers and sisters at this very difficult time for them. And I would therefore ask the Assembly to take that into account and stick to the original motion proposed by Assemblymember Hall, which just concentrates on those issues relating to the Jewish community. Thank you.
Thank you. very much. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. As a Jewish member of the Assembly, this is obviously personal, so I'll just speak from the heart. I just want to thank the entire Assembly for the passion I'm hearing in the Chamber. The scenes on our streets of anti-Semitism have been completely unacceptable, and I'm glad that I'm hearing absolute solidarity in this. I also want to thank the proposer of the motion for taking in our small amendment. To be very clear, that's just about policing. So we all agree that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable. I'm glad we can also agree that freedom to protest is also vital to our democracy. Just once more, thank you very much that I hope will continue as an Assembly to keep saying to our Jewish community, both in the UK and also around globally, to say that anti-Semitism will never be acceptable and must never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how there's a very specific thing about this amendment why I can't take it. This, as a black man growing up in London, you experience a fair amount of racism. I'm old enough to remember when you had to dodge DNF to get to school. So when we talk about all hate crime, I fully accept that we want to force down all hate crime. But this amendment is about the Jewish community specifically who've been attacked in a very specific way and have seen a very specific rise recently. So I think we need to focus on that community and let the Jewish community know we are here for them and we hear their pain and their lived experience of what's happening right now. Yes, we are all against all hate crime, but this amendment for me takes away the directness of it. We want to say to the Jewish community, we are here to help you with the pressures you are feeling now.
Assembly Member Cooper. Beg your pardon. Assembly Member Cooper, did you want to exercise your right?
Thank you, Chair. And speaking of somebody like Assembly Member Polanski, whose family has faced anti-Semitism, I'm actually a bit surprised to find that the Conservatives are trying to characterise the amendment that we've made, which isn't a paean of praise to the Mayor. What I'm reading in front of me says this Assembly acknowledges the Mayor's work to make London safer for all its citizens by tackling anti-Semitism and all hate crime. That's all it says. I do not see how that weakens or dilutes this motion at all. I think it strengthens it, and I think it acknowledges something that the Mayor has been doing. And I must say, I am very grateful to those members who've been speaking here today who are not Jewish themselves, and I'm very grateful to our Muslim Mayor, or our Mayor who happens to be Muslim, which is in fact what he is, who has been supporting communities across London in the face of appalling atrocities and hate crime. And it's something that we must all, as Assembly members, whatever our background, whatever our race or religion, we must all continue to challenge. And I think just putting that small statement in here is hardly diluting the sense of the motion. But I do think it is important to also acknowledge what the Mayor can and can't do, because the motion, as it originally stood, talked about scrutinising future requests for demonstrations to ensure a zero-tolerance approach against any anti-Semitic speech or imagery. We all agree with that. But it then goes on to say, and not approve any future demonstration. The Mayor does not have that power. So our other amendment addresses the fact that it is, in fact, that the ultimate power to deal with protests lies solely with the Home Secretary. Solely with the Home Secretary. So I hope that the Assembly members gathered in this room listen to the heartfelt plea from the Labour members that we support the Conservative motion, the motion put forward by Assembly Member Hallway, and we are very grateful that she brought it. But please support those two small amendments for the reasons that I've outlined. They don't dilute it at all. They acknowledge the Mayor's work, and they also make it more accurate. Thank you.
Assembly Member Desai to sum up on the amendment.
Chair, I want, because I'll just be repeating what Assembly Member Cooper has said. So.
Thank you, Assembly Member Desai. Assembly Member Hall to sum up on the main motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I understand what you're saying, but we did look into this because this hasn't been taken lightly or quickly. In your amendment, you're arguing we're directing responsibility for banning protests to the wrong body. However, the Public Order Act 1986 provides the police with powers to place restrictions on protests and in some cases prohibit those which threaten to cause serious disruption to public order. The Home Secretary has broader powers, but we have double-checked and our motion is still sound. Because I accept what you're saying and I can see why you've thought that, but actually the motion we've put forward is sound and they can stop things on certain reasoning. I didn't want to put things about other people making London safe. Clearly, if things were happening that London was safe for our Jewish community, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now. I don't put the blame of that on anybody, other than to say we need to all move forward and to deal with this properly. As I say, our motion was thought through properly. It is not political in any which way, because I do know there isn't one of you that doesn't agree with what I'm saying. We must protect our Jewish communities. I think what we're asking for in this motion is absolutely right. We need to be looking for a way to deal with this, and we should all be working together on this. I do hope you accept and pass the original motion, because it is technically correct. I don't want to put politics into it at all. The situation, quite frankly, is far too serious for that. So I'll leave it at that, Chairman. Thank you.
So the Assembly is asked, first of all, on the amendment for all those...
Chair.
Yeah?
Yeah. Could we have a vote in favour on the amendment, please?
Can we...
Yes.
Can we have an indication of those in favour of the Assembly Member Desai's amendment? All those in favour?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the amendment?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against, Chair, so that is carried.
So the amendment is carried. Can we now have a vote on the substantive motion? All those in favour of the substantive motion, please indicate.
Agreed. As amended, I think that's unanimous, Chair.
Unanimous. Thank you very much, Assembly members. We now move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Best. And if I'd like to ask Assembly Member Best to propose it.
Thank you, Chair. And can I first start by thanking the Wave Trust, who are campaigning for a 70% reduction in child abuse, neglect and other adverse childhood experiences before 2030. And secondly, to thank Caroline Russell for supporting this motion with me today. I'd just like to first say the recommendations of this motion broadly reflect those in the Healthy First Steps report in 2018, agreed by a cross-party London Assembly Health Committee. And it bears mentioning that some of those recommendations are yet to be implemented, so it seems pertinent to bring this to the fore once more. And there's no better way to do that than asking the Mayor to explore a pilot of a pioneer community approach, a London-based ACES hub, and to meet with the Wave Trust and hopefully join the Prime Minister, the Mayor of Greater Manchester and the majority of members here in this chamber in becoming a public endorser of the 70-30 campaign. Just to speak briefly to what a pilot pioneer community approach means. This is an approach to the first 1,001 days, which has been supported by the Royal College of Midwives, Institute of Health Visiting, Public Health England and the Local Government Association. It begins with a universal risk assessment in pregnancy and uses a community model as well as targeted support through the early years of childhood. Ideally, this would be piloted in a full London authority, but it could also be implemented in a single ward. And briefly on an ACES hub, there are many ACES hubs now around the country, the most developed probably being the ACE hub in Wales. They build understanding of the pervasive role of ACES and effective ways to mitigate their effect. Many English cities and countries have prioritised this, and we now risk falling behind the curve on this issue, despite the 2018 recommendations of this Health Committee. Like any underlying health issue, when we fail to inoculate children against the effects of trauma, we set them up for future ill health. We must inoculate against all trauma as we do physical illness. Through my work in children's services before entering the Assembly, I'm always struck by how many young people and families are let down through missed opportunities to tackle the root cause of their presenting problem, invariably leading to expensive and reactive solutions focused on symptoms, not cause. Our collective approach in public services is too often akin to giving a plaster to someone with a gaping wound and then wondering why they keep needing more plasters. So with the Wave Trust suggesting that 3 to 5% of of local authority spending is spent on intervention in comparison to 40% spent on issues that could have been preventable, this could have enormous cost savings in prevention and boost the economic productivity. The right measures would pay for themselves many times over in the long run and save taxpayers huge sums. So, Chair, I propose this motion with huge gusto and hope that the Assembly can agree to it too.
Assembly Member Russell to second.
Formally, Chair, and enjoying the gusto.
We have a proposal. What have I got? Sorry, bear with me. Who is proposed?
Assembly Member Harani.
Assembly Member Harani, could you propose your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to begin by thanking Assembly Member Best for this motion and for bringing it to the attention of this chamber. These issues can often plague a person's childhood and indeed impact their entire life and their families. We are in total agreement that all children, whatever their background, deserve a happy and safe childhood, a childhood that lays the foundations for a happy and safe life. And as you rightly say in your motion, we see a strong correlation between adverse childhood experiences such as poverty, hunger, instability and much more, and the worst of adulthood experiences as well. We see pitiful examples of this as we go about our everyday lives in London all around us. When we open a newspaper, walk down the street or visit our local shops, the traces of childhood experiences are there, manifested in the lives of those who've had a difficult start to life. And of course, COVID-19 has made things worse. Health practitioners and child mental health campaigners alike have been crying out about the impact about last year and the impact it's had on children's mental health and well-being as well. Parents express their worry about the toll isolation has taken on their little ones as well. And educators are sounding the alarm when it comes to the impact of school closures on pupils and their education as well. I think I'd like to again hope that Assemblymember Best and I would find common ground in our sympathy for all of these concerns and indeed share them as well. And you're right actually to also ask the Mayor to place a dedicated focus on addressing adverse childhood experiences when he is setting his policies as well. But we've tabled these amendments today because I also think it's important to consider the work that has been undertaken to date and consider what else needs to happen to give Londoners that best start in life. And that's where our amendment comes in today. When it comes to asking the Mayor to commit this work, I think it's important to acknowledge that you're pushing an open door because he is committed to this issue as well. And in City Hall, we can always do better in addressing adverse childhood experiences, but we've seen some action on this in the last year as well. For example, over 35,500 young people supported by the Mayor's Young Londoners Fund during 2020 and 2021, and 15,000 more young Londoners benefiting from the Mayor's £2.1 million London Community Response Fund in the height of the pandemic. City Hall also launched the London Learning at Home with over 100 free learning resources for children who were learning at home during the pandemic. And also through the Mayor's Early Years Hubs and Early Years Leaders Programme, headed by our colleague Assembly Member McCartney, this provided support for online practitioners to practitioners and also young families as well. The Mayor has also partnered with the Early Years Alliance to offer support to London's private, voluntary and independent nurseries as well. And the work doesn't stop here because as per your ask, the Mayor has interwoven support for children and young people in each of his recovery missions as we recover from the pandemic. We see a particular focus in the Mayor's New Deal for Young People mission, which is aimed at improving mental health and well-being, safety, educational and employment prospects for young people and their families as well, with the commitment that by 2024 all young people will have that important access to a personal mentor. The work puts focus firmly on the issues that you've raised here quite rightly today, and I hope that you and other members can get behind our amendment. Of course, it would be remiss of us also not to consider the wider picture of the inequalities that blight our society and are a catalyst for adverse childhood experiences as well, and London cannot go through it alone. As we heard from Assemblymember McCartney this morning as well, the Trussell Trust handed out almost 160,000 food parcels to children in the last year. And according to the Child Poverty Action Group, there are over 700,000 children living in poverty in London. And 2/3 of children living in poverty in the UK are in working households as well. I think we should also be mindful of the last decade and the impact that austerity has had on our communities, and it would be important for us to make sure that this is also kept to us, and that's why we've made sure that we've included this as part of our motion as well. Thank you.
Assembly Member Moema to second.
Yes, I formally second and reserve my right.
Thank you very much. There being no other speakers, I'll go back to Assembly Member Russell. Did you want to say anything?
Leave it to Assembly Member Best.
Assembly Member Best, if you could sum up.
Not to pass the parcel, but I didn't know if Assembly Member Moema wanted to say anything, having been no intervention first.
So just in terms of supporting Assembly Member Harani's points, and we have this wonderful situation of a trio of North East Assembly members speaking to this motion, living and representing in different parts of that constituency, with obviously, as you have talked about, varying life chances of young people there, and that is replicated across London. I guess by way of support to the amendments, we fully support the sentiment behind what has been proposed, and the purpose of the amendments is to provide a bit of context and some wraparound. So, for example, thinking about that these are all welcome suggestions, but within that context, the services that children and young people would have previously received, that Assembly Member Best has talked about in her professional capacity, she will know, like I do, that her council, which is in North East, has received a 63% cut to its budget in the last 10 years. And so we absolutely welcome the work that's being done here, and the proposals around adverse childhood experiences and reductions in those, but very much want the Assembly to take into account the context of the last 10 and coming up to 11 years, and will not mention the A word.
Thank you. Thank you. Assembly Member Harani, do you want to sum up? You're happy. Assembly Member Best.
Yes, and just briefly, because obviously I recognise we're on 3.2 of 10, but just to explain why our group cannot accept the amendment, is it actually dilutes the fundamental message that we're trying to send around ACEs and trauma-informed intervention. This is about a holistic public health approach, and actually you do not only the Mayor a disservice in only mentioning specific pots, but it actually doesn't talk about the full picture, and this isn't a partisan motion. I could, for example, talk about government grants and government projects that I've worked on and delivered, as I have indeed with the Mayor. So it does dilute the message that we're trying to get from the recommendations here. And just to sum up, it seems obvious we aren't effectively intervening and inoculating at present. You speak to teachers, doctors, support workers, housing officers and key workers across the public and charitable sectors, and they could often tell you in primary school the children they expect to see in gangs, with issues with violence, addiction struggles and with health issues later in life. This is absolutely the right way forward, and I do hope that the Mayor listens to the calls if the Assembly is minded to accept this motion. Thank you.
So debate on that is over. Can I now ask for an indication of all those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Harani? All those in favour?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 in favour, Chair.
All those against the proposal of the amendment?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against, Chair.
That amendment is carried. Can I now see the have an indication of those in support of the main motion proposed by Assembly Member Best?
As amended, Chair.
As amended. Sorry, I must say that.
Thank you, Chair. I think that is unanimous, Chair.
Looks everyone to me. Right. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to a motion in the name of Assembly Member McCartney, if you'd like to propose that, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm proposing this motion on the EU settlement scheme, the deadline of which is fast approaching and where we know many EU Londoners have still to apply. I'm also accepting an amendment from the Liberal Democrats, and so I will speak to this in my remarks also. The Mayor and others have supported EU Londoners in providing advice and support over the past year, and we call in this motion on that work to continue, and I'm sure it will. However, it is clear that many EU Londoners have not yet applied to the scheme, and the consequence of having such a stark cliff edge is apparent. Those EU Londoners will lose their ability to work, to rent a home, to open a bank account, to study, to drive, and will have no automatic entitlement to healthcare. And there is a particular concern for vulnerable groups, which are mentioned in the motion. I'm particularly concerned around children and young people. Many parents still do not realise that they need to apply for them. And research from the Children's Society has found that of over 3,500 identified looked after children or care leavers, just 39% had applied. And we know what happened in the Windrush scandal, when people who had lived here all their lives were denied support and deported due to a lack of documentation. And there is a real danger of this repeating. Older people are also of concern because many have permanent residence documents and they think they are safe, but they are not. And there are other groups also at risk. I've recently heard from an organisation working with the Bulgarian population in Enfield, and I quote, "I am managing a programme in Enfield delivered by 24 schools and a myriad of organisations, including the Bulgarian embassy. There are thousands of local residents who are not yet aware of the procedure. They haven't applied yet and don't know how to prove their new immigration status. They must be able to prove their status, otherwise they will not have access to any services in the UK. This is the reality that we are facing. There is also a severe backlog of those who have applied. Over 305,000 applications are currently outstanding, and those are facing a legal limbo due to the 30th of June cliff edge. They may not have confirmation of their status before then, and they are too in jeopardy. The simple and sensible way forward should be for the government to agree an automatic right to settle status to those who are entitled whenever they apply, or failing that, to push the deadline back further. The pandemic has also hampered organisations and made it more difficult for them to reach the most isolated groups and those most in need of help. Now, the government have said that they will accept a reasonable excuse if someone should apply late, but they have yet given no detail as to what this means in practice. And in the past, they have taken a very strict approach to late applications. And the Home Office handling of the Windrush scandal does not give me any confidence as to their competence or their good intent. Indeed, over the past few weeks, we have all read about the difficulties the government's hostile environment policy is having in respect to EU visitors who are being stopped at the border and locked up after simple mistakes or not being believed. There is a real and present danger here, and we can't ignore it. This Assembly stands up for Londoners, and that includes our EU Londoners, our friends, colleagues and neighbours, and I would urge you all to accept this motion and vote unanimously. Thank you.
Assembly Member Bakari, did you want to second? Thank you very much. Any other? Assembly Member Best. Oh, I beg your pardon. Assembly Member Best first, sorry, and then I'll come on to you.
Member Hirani, who was seconding.
Sorry, Chair. It's Assemblymember Harani who is seconding the main motion, and then Assemblymember Pigeon to move the amendment, and Assemblymember Bakari seconding that one, Chair.
So I did do it in the right order, apart from the so
Assemblymember Harani to second, Chair.
All right.
Thank goodness for
Okay,
that.
thank you. You know, just chair yourselves. It's Assemblymember Harani is formally seconding. Who am I next? Assemblymember Pigeon.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank Assemblymember McCartney for bringing this important motion before the Assembly today, and I'm delighted she is accepting our amendment. Our EU citizens help make London the great city that it is, and I'm sure we all agree we have a duty to protect their rights. And we welcome what's already in this motion, but we felt it needed to go a little bit further to uphold our duty to protect our EU citizens' rights. As we've already heard, completing the EU settlement scheme has been a challenge for thousands of our EU citizens. And as the UK region with the most EU citizens, London must push for the removal of bureaucratic barriers to our EU citizens. And we must lead the cause for the government to automatically grant EU citizens the right to remain, instead of forcing them into a complex process to prove their rights. And as has already been said, we must also address the repeated acts of discrimination that the Home Office's hostile environment has enabled. You know, the Windrush scandal affected long-term residents who had the right to remain, but were unable to provide the physical proof the Home Office demanded. So to prevent another Windrush-style scandal, we must act to ensure this can't happen again. And as Liberal Democrats, we have campaigned to provide EU citizens with the physical proof of their right to remain. I mean, I don't know about many other people, but the idea of your proof being digital, I just don't think is good enough. And in a recent response to a written question from Assemblymember Bakari, the Mayor has stated he supports this as well. But so far he feels unwilling or unable to step up in the face of central government inaction on this issue. And I do think in the future, if the government won't provide physical proof of EU citizens' right to remain, then maybe the Mayor should consider stepping in and provide London's EU citizens with their own physical card, their own, if you like, London passport, proving their right to remain. We owe it to them, so please do support the motion as amended today, and let's stand up united for our EU citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member, I've now got it in the right order.
Now I will
apologise.
formally second. Yeah.
Thank you. Apologies for that confusion. There being no other Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm really glad Assemblymember McCarthy raises this motion at the Assembly today. London is truly a global city with an estimated over 1 million residents from the EU. For us, it is vitally important we ensure all residents are safeguarded, though with the amended motion, I have some serious concerns about how that would be implemented. But I did want to make note quickly of that the government has introduced safeguards for vulnerable people and those unable to apply for settled status prior to the 30th of June 2021 deadline, which will mean anyone with reasonable grounds or whose class is vulnerable will not be penalised for applying for settled status beyond the deadline. I think that's really important. I think we really need to scrutinise how that legislation comes forward and is implemented in future for our residents. I wanted to also mention that I'm really glad that we are learning lessons here, and we simply cannot allow again another Windrush scandal where from the early 2000s we have seen the devastating impact of wrongful deportation of the Windrush generation, and the Home Office is still to this day having to work hard to locate those wrongfully deported to undo past wrongs. I think in this, I just would want to sum up by ultimately saying where some of us will differ completely on views on Brexit, people's votes, second votes in this chamber, one thing I think we can all agree on is protecting those with legal rights to live and work in London, not being blocked in any way from continuing to do so. But it is the manner in which we make sure that happens that perhaps there is some disagreement today.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to read out some of the things that are within this. You will give applicants the benefit of any doubt in considering whether, in light of information provided with application, there are reasonable grounds for their failure to meet the deadline application. It says you will give applicants the benefit of any doubt in considering whether, in light of information, it goes on and on, in line with the general approach under the EU settlement scheme of looking for grant status rather than for reasons to refuse. You must take a flexible and pragmatic approach. Again and again, it's very much on the sides of the applicants. And Assembly Member McCartney said the policy documents, there's over a 200-page of policy documents stating this very much, very clearly. That's why we have possibly reasons not to be happy with the wording of this actual motion.
Thank you, Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Bakari, do you wish to exercise your right?
No, thank you. I'm fine.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani, do you wish to sum up?
Just like to add that, I mean, I think Assembly Member Best probably pointed it out in a contribution where she talked about, despite such assurances being given during the Windrush scandal, a generation of people and people across London were wrongfully deported. So I think having those safeguards, I think, simply isn't enough. I think we need to make sure that we protect Londoners and EU citizens who for reasons may not have been able to meet that deadline, make sure that they have that extension so that they can be supported and they are welcome in London as well.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Pigeon, do you want to sum up on your amendment?
No, fine, thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member McCartney, would you like to sum up on the main motion?
Yes, I do hope that all members of the Assembly can support this amended motion. I do understand the points that Assemblymember Best and Hall have made. However, listening to some of the charities who are dealing with EU citizens and their experience in the past, that reasonable grounds is actually quite narrowly defined. And what it will do, and if experience from the past is anything to go by, that strict liability and that strict approach will become stricter as time goes on. So we're not talking about giving people the right of settled status if they didn't qualify for it in the first place. I just think, you know, as I said when I first spoke, that I really do not have any confidence in the Home Office's competence or good intent in this respect. And I think many of us in this chamber feel that way. So I would urge people to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put that motion as amended to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion proposed in the name of Assembly Member McCartney, please indicate.
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against, Chair.
Thank you very much. That motion is carried. We now move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Clark. Assembly Member Clark, if you could propose your motion.
Thank you, Chair. The response to the building safety scandal has been piecemeal and chaotic, resulting in an extremely stressful situation for those caught up in this mess. I have constituents, as I'm sure we all do, who have delayed having children and others who have handed back their keys. There is simply no strategy to ensure that buildings are safe and that leaseholders are protected. To date, we have had 3 different kinds of funding for remediation works, totaling £5 billion across the whole of England. However, the G5 group of housing associations have estimated that the cost to remediate their buildings in London alone will be nearly £3 billion. And that doesn't include the privately owned buildings that also need to be fixed. The final bill for all the buildings in London is likely to top the £5 billion pot currently on offer for the whole of England. We do not yet know the full extent of the problem. We know that there have been 1,620 registrations to the Building Safety Fund for buildings in London over 18 metres in height. In addition, we know that there are 869 buildings of all sizes across our city which have waking watches in place. But we do not know how many buildings under 18 metres are in need of remediation, nor do we know how many buildings have defects such as poorly installed compartmentation or lack of cavity barriers, which render these homes worthless, but for which, as yet, no funding has been made available. Leaseholders did not make this scandal. The Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 has provided evidence that it was deregulation, disinterest, and chasing profits over protecting people that got us here. Leaseholders did not knowingly sell combustible cladding, they did not manufacture flammable insulation, and they didn't develop buildings full of fire safety defects. It should not be up to leaseholders to fix this scandal. Yet leaseholders are being expected to shoulder the financial burdens which others have caused. The government are also leaving it to the London Fire Brigade to find the money to keep London's leaseholders safe. The exponential rise in waking watches across our city increases their workload, with more monitoring and inspection necessary. At a time when the London Fire Brigade are expected to shoulder extra work, they have faced cuts and have seen their funding grant from government reduced. This too needs to be addressed. The government cannot expect the brigade to work more for less money. This motion calls for action to protect leaseholders, to remove the burden of costs from them, and to free them from the anxiety and distress which they are currently forced to live with. It calls for the funding necessary to keep all Londoners safe. I call on all Assembly members to support leaseholders and to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper, would you like to second?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to second the motion now rather than reserving my right. This motion speaks to the very heart of the building safety scandal, and for those of you who don't know, before I came to this place I worked as a regeneration director and for a number of large housing groups, and that is my background, was working in social housing, including on schemes in a number of London boroughs. So this is very personal to me, because a number of the adjustments that have been made to buildings have led to the appalling problems that we've seen, such as Grenfell. For too long, leaseholders have been shouldering the burden of the building safety scandal. Across just my constituency alone, there are literally thousands and thousands of leaseholders who are in desperate need of help, who are facing bankruptcy because there is no real strategy as yet that has been fully developed to support them. Last year, the UK Cladding Action Group issued a report into the mental health impacts of the building safety scandal on leaseholders. This found that 9 out of 10 experienced deteriorating mental health and 7 out of 10 reported difficulty in sleeping. In Wandsworth, there are 86 buildings that have registered for funding with the Building Safety Fund, 86, and we have 30 waking watches in place. The council has remediated Sudbury and Castlemaine, 2 of the big blocks, but 30 waking watches are still in place. In Merton, additionally, there are 13 registered with the Building Safety Fund and 4 waking watches. These represent literally thousands of people living in dangerous buildings. And I don't need to mention New Providence Wharf to any of you, because we've all seen the news. Government data shows that waking watches cost on average an extra £499 per month per dwelling. Imagine adding that to your own monthly bill. No wonder people are suffering stress and mental health issues. It is literally hundreds of thousands of pounds that is just being spent across my constituency alone, which, put simply, is completely inexcusable. Leaseholders in Merton and Wandsworth cannot afford these costs, which of course are just keeping a watch. They are not funding remediation. They are being pushed to the edge. Some are facing bankruptcy, and of course some people have even committed suicide because their building society has declared that they are still paying for a property that is now completely worthless in the building society's view. Government, unfortunately, is moving incredibly slowly on this. They really do need to act now. They've stated that the fire safety bill was the wrong mechanism for an amendment to protect leaseholders and that this should instead form part of the building safety bill. Now is the opportunity to prove willingness to support those affected, which is why I am supporting Assemblymember Clark, who set out the situation also for the fire brigade and the pressure on them as well. The London Fire Brigade, you know, I've just talked about huge numbers in my constituency. It's across the whole of London. The burden on the London Fire Brigade is worse than any brigade in the country. I really call on the Mayor to address this with government. It's time to take action to take the burden from leaseholders, including obviously my constituents and all of yours, and to protect them from further complete uncertainty and financial hardship. I call on the whole Assembly to support this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member, thank you very much. You did go 36 seconds over, but I'm in a good mood. Can we now hear from Assembly Member Bakari, please?
I fully support this crucial motion, and both Assembly Pigeon and myself will continue to do all we can to support the victims of the End Our Cladding Scandal campaign. The amount of money available to Londoners through the Building Safety Fund and the Waking Watch Relief Fund is completely insufficient, and the scope of these funds continue to leave thousands of living in dangerous fire traps and facing huge bills. The Building Safety Bill must address this. How our government can leave residents in London and in the rest of the UK in these situations is simply heartless and cruel. They have done little since Grenfell to make leaseholders feel safe or even listened to. Many are facing financial ruin and suffering, as our other Assembly members have said, severe mental health issues. The only way this issue can be resolved is through urgent and comprehensive action by the government, but they have failed to adequately do this through the fire safety bill, despite fierce cross-party opposition. Although, as I have said before, I do believe that the Mayor could do more to support Londoners affected by this scandal, and I will continue to push him on measures to do more. In regards to our amazing fire brigades, I have seen firsthand the great work that they did in Worcester Park, where there was a fire last year and 24 homes were lost. And I visited the fire stations in Merton and in Sutton, and I know the need for resources and funding to conduct additional and essential building safety checks. Without their expertise and essential building safety checks, we can't tackle the fire safety adequately. I will give my full support, and so will my colleague, to this motion, and I hope other colleagues here will join us.
Thank you, Assembly Member. If we could go back now to Assembly Member Clark to sum up. I haven't missed anybody, have I? No, Assembly Member Clark.
I won't add anything further. I think we all hopefully have met with people in this horrific situation, and we'll be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion in the name of Assembly Member Clark to the meeting. All those in favour? Looks
unanimous, Chair.
To me unanimous. Thank you very much for that. We now move on to the motion in the name of Assembly Member Baker. Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. This motion concerns the incredibly disappointing ongoing failure to provide secure long-term funding for Transport for London. Proper long-term funding arrangements are essential to plan transport provision in normal times, let alone at this crucial point in the progression of the pandemic. We need to allow Transport for London to plan so we can give Londoners the confidence in the safety, reliability and long-term future of London's public transport. We cannot delay in this. Now, we know the previous mayor, the current Prime Minister, same person, knows the value of long-term transport funding, as that's what he was given for Transport for London in 2015, 6 years of it. But instead, we're looking at unsustainable combination of short-term funding deals with long-term cuts attached, resulting in the sort of impacts that we've discussed earlier on today, like the delays to the Piccadilly line re-signalling. If we don't properly support Transport for London, then we not only risk a car-led recovery, but crucially risk an economic impact. So not just in London, but for the many jobs and businesses that rely on Transport for London outside London, estimated at 80,000 as referenced in the motion, 80,000 jobs as referenced in the motion. So this motion goes to the heart of the danger of short-termism and asks the Mayor and the Chair of the Assembly to write to the Prime Minister to remind him of his previous views on long-term transport funding, the impact of not properly funding TfL on the wider economy, and to provide TfL with a proper long-term funding settlement.
Assembly Member Baker, we've been notified that you've amended your own motion. Is that the case?
Yes, that is.
Okay.
Is that okay? I don't need to speak to the my own amendment.
I would like to hear who's going to second.
Assembly Member Cooper.
On behalf of Assembly Member Ahmed, as you know, he's got a family situation.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Cooper second. Have I got any other amendments to this? Have we got an amendment?
There's an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Prince and seconded by Assembly Member Hall. Chair.
Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Fundamentally, we on this side of the chamber absolutely agree, as does our Prime Minister, that in order to run a £10 billion organisation, you need to have surety and you need to have long-term funding. And so, in many ways, we agree with the motion. Unfortunately, the one thing that I think the motion is missing is the fact that in order to do a negotiation, there are two sides to that. And so, to make it more accurate, we feel that the Chair should not just write to the Secretary of State, but also should write to the Mayor of London as well, rather than the Assembly and the Mayor writing to the Secretary of State. That the Chair writes both to the Secretary of State and also writes to the Mayor and calls on the Mayor to work in a collegiate way, which I believe he will, in order to negotiate that deal with the government. So it's only very much a very minor change, but I think it really does put across the point that both sides have got to work together, not for any political gain, but in the very best interests of Londoners. And by making this small amendment, we're acknowledging that both sides need to come together to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member Prince. Assembly Member Hall to second.
I formally second this, but I would like to make this point. There is no doubt but the government will be giving long-term support. But given the flux at the moment with ridership, I certainly this morning was in a very overcrowded train, so hopefully that means that things are coming back. But just in case we have another sway and we have unfortunate cases of COVID and perhaps it reduces again, then of course the funding arrangements would have to be completely different to that of if we get ridership up. Therefore, it does make sense that we wait a little while before a long-term, I should say, agreement. We agree with a long-term agreement, so does the government, and they have said so. So we will be getting it. It is a good idea to wait, because in fairness to TfL, if everything goes pear-shaped again, they're going to be needing a bigger long-term deal. And therefore, the wait of a few months is a sensible thing, because it could work in either way. It could work that they perhaps, let's all hope that they don't need so much, because it means that London is making a strong recovery. But equally, if things don't work out as we want them to, then it could be a very different situation, and that they will need more. It is definitely for the Mayor to be working properly with government. We all agree with that. We mustn't have private briefings and all sorts of things that we've seen, because it gets the backs up of everybody. We need all to be working together on this. But I do reiterate, the government has said there will be a long-term settlement, and I think waiting is a good idea.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much. I welcome this motion today, and especially the way it sends out a clear message that investment in TfL benefits the whole country. It's worth noting that for every £1 spent on the London Underground investment programme, 55 pence of that goes to workers outside London. So investing in London transport is an investment in the whole of the country. And I also welcome the Labour motion applauding a decision made during the coalition years. That's a first in this chamber today. But the short-term deals that have been agreed between the government and TfL absolutely fail to provide the certainty that an organisation like TfL needs. The approach taken by government has been effectively to take away powers from TfL and from Londoners and to create uncertainty with these repeated short-term deals. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of time of senior management at TfL have been spent on negotiations to the wire every time, instead of actually focusing on running the services every day. You cannot plan like this. You cannot run a service like this in this type of environment. And when you contrast this to the long-term support that's been provided to the private rail companies, it's quite a different approach. The train companies have been given long-term financial support. And since the start of COVID, the latest answer we have seen, £8.7 billion in taxpayer support has gone to those private rail companies with virtually no strings attached. For me and for our group, it's time that political games are over on this. We've got to look at long-term funding and recognising that we need that to keep London moving and for our economy as a whole to recover. Now, I'm afraid we won't be supporting the Conservative amendment today. I have to say, I had hoped naively, clearly, that after the election, we would have seen the party politics put to one side. We've got a new Mayor of London with a mandate, and actually we would have a long-term deal negotiated.
Assembly Member, if you could read your comments.
Thank you. I should be looking at the... my clock still says agree, so it's set to the wrong timer, I'm afraid. But it takes two to tango. You can't just blame the Mayor here. It's the government as well. They're behaving anti-democratically, in my view. It's time that we had a long-term deal for London. I support the motion unamended.
Assembly Member Duval.
Look, TfL is as much as part of wealth creation as those in the private sector and will be part of leading the recovery, economic recovery, not just here in London, but also outside London because of its activities. It's quite clear we need to cut through some of the games that were going on during the election, as Assembly Member Pigeon has said and as others have said as well. And so in that spirit of that, this is very unusual, people will see from my side, is that I seek clarity from those who moved the amendment. The problem that we have is at the right time. There is no right time. It needs to happen very quickly. Common sense needs to come in, and we need to think very clearly about this. The Mayor has already been on record and says he wants to work with government to get a good settlement for Londoners. It's Londoners are not being treated fairly, and I understand why the members opposite will want to support their government. But in terms of what Assembly Member Pigeon has just told us about the way the rail companies have been treated, what more evidence do you need to understand what's been going on with these issues? And I pointed out some of the hypocrisy of saying one thing in another place and letting others do another thing on transport policy. We need to cut through this. It's for Londoners, it's for the economics of this country, it's for the services for Londoners, but actually we make a contribution to the economic, as I've said before, the economic recovery of this nation, and TfL will play its part in that. And therefore, in doing that, if we could seek some understanding of that wording at the right time, which I think is causing us some difficulty on this side, because the Mayor has already said he wants to, we don't have a problem with that. But the right time has got to be ASAP. It's got to be now. It can't be in the land of never and never.
No, Assembly Member Bailey first.
Just for clarification.
No, Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I share much of the sentiment that Assembly Member Duval has said. TfL is a very significant part of wealth creation here in London. And again, Assembly Member Pigeon, which he talked about, TfL need a long-term commitment in order to plan for the future. It's a huge organisation, some £11 billion plus annually. But the point has to be made. The government has said they will support TfL into the future with a long-term deal. And I want that to be taken in the context of the comment that was made this morning. TfL are planning on 5 different scenarios. So what exactly would the settlement done today be? Which one of those 5 scenarios would we be settling over? So this idea about the right time, I accept. Assembly Member Duval is correct. It can't be 100 years into the future. We do need a solid date, but we have to accept that the government will, as they've stated, support TfL into the long term. The deal that they have now by the Commissioner was accepted. He said it was a good deal. So with that in view, I think this is the correct way forward, because what we don't want is a TfL that misses out because we settled too early, and we don't want TfL that's struggling because we've waited too long. So this, I think, is the correct, our notion right here in this document is the correct way to move TfL forward right here, right now.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Berry.
I wasn't intending to speak on this debate. The Green Group is going to vote against the amendment, and I just wanted to be clear about an important reason why that wasn't particularly clear from the speech that Assembly Member Duval just gave. What the amendment does is it changes the ask at the end of the motion from what would be a cross-party letter from the Assembly and the Mayor to the government about this, to simply the Chair of the Assembly writing to different people. And I think we cannot be removing that aspect from this. In the spirit of collegiality, in the spirit of being cross-party united in favour of a long-term fair deal for London, we need to keep that aspect in. So we'll be voting against this amendment primarily for that reason.
Assembly Member.
Yeah, helpful. Can I reach clarification? I think after the last contribution, I think it makes it very hard for us to do that. But in the spirit of what we've said, and I'll speak on, I don't ever speak on behalf of the Mayor, but you'll see a smile on my face, but he is willing to participate. The question is, I think we take it as read, but I think we will, I don't need the clarification from the amender. We're very clear now of where our positions are on this side versus that side.
Yeah.
So I don't think we would be voting against this. We don't accept this amendment.
Yeah, that was a speech. It wasn't a point of clarification. No, Assembly Member Prince.
Good. Thank you. I have struggled with this really because I've really attempted to take the politics out of this, and it is a case. As Assembly Member Pigeon quite rightly said, it does take 2 to tango, and I do believe actually, as Assembly Member Duval said, that the Mayor is willing to do what he needs to do in order to make this happen. But by us writing with the Mayor, it does make it look more one-sided. The addition of the word at the right time merely was put in to explain that we do need both the Mayor and the government do need to make sure that they get the right deal, and we most certainly do accept that there is an urgency around this, and that a long-term deal does need to be arranged as soon as is practicable in order to enable TfL not just to run the day-to-day business, but there's a whole load of long-term investment that's needed, and they need that surety of revenue and capital in order to go forward, not just this year, but in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years' time. But the right time means that that we shouldn't rush into it and just do any old long-term deal, and probably, actually, in my belief, the right time will be this December when the next negotiation is done.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Cooper, did you want to come back as formally seconding the vote?
Thank you very much, Chair. I reserve my right to reply, and I'll just sort of take in both the motion and also the attempted amendment, which I hope everyone is going to vote against. I mean, I think we're all pretty much agreed, aren't we, as Assembly members, that we know that London doesn't work without a working public transport system, and without a thriving capital, the UK is not going to rebound from the pandemic. I think we all know that. But the traditional funding model, with the £700 million per year operating grant that was for the roads given back, so therefore an over-reliance on fares compared to other global cities, has left TfL under pressure before the pandemic, and the changes to how we live and work have now mean the impact on the transport system and the funding coming into TfL just simply cannot be ignored. That's why TfL needs a long-term funding system. Assembly Member Pidgeon referred back to when that was first achieved, but we need that again. It's not good enough not to have it, and it's something that passengers need, that Londoners need, and we have a Conservative Prime Minister who has had so far a mixed record of listening to business, but we also know that London First is saying that we are going to be stifling the city's economic recovery. To keep the transport network running is essential to not only the social recovery, but also the city's business recovery. I urge you to reject the amendment and vote strongly in favour of the motion unamended. Thank you, Chair.
And to sum up on behalf of the proposer, Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks. Yeah, not much to add, but just to sum up, this is not about the whole deal. To be clear, this motion is about the length of the deal. So we welcome support that people generally here are understanding that we need long-term support, but we cannot delay. Several members have supported that, and we welcome and encourage collegiate working, but it's very clear that TfL and the Mayor have wanted a long-term deal throughout these negotiations. So again, yes, urge you to reject the motion, vote against the amendment.
Yeah,
don't vote against my own motion, please. Vote against the amendment and for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I'll now put the amendment to the Assembly. All those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Prince, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour, Chair.
Can I see those against the amendment?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 against, Chair. That falls.
And if I can now then put the motion in the name of Assembly Member Baker to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you very much. We next move on to another motion in the name of Assembly Member Baker, if you'd like to propose that.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. So the Williams-Shapps plan for rail has finally been published after a long wait, looking at reorganising our railways once again. But from London's point of view, it simply doesn't offer what we need. We really welcome the acknowledgement at last of the damage that decades of fragmentation of the rail system have done to the railways, and the recognition of the experience of so many long-suffering rail passengers dealing with rising fares, poor reliability, as they are so often just simply trying to get to work and being let down time and time again. But however, it seems there's an unwillingness from the government to take the step that Londoners truly need, which is to devolve control of London's suburban rail lines to Transport for London. This would integrate all rail lines alongside other public transport across Greater London, giving the city and its travellers a more coherent and fully joined up system, and giving those using commuter lines the access to the reliability and efficiency passengers using TfL services have access to. It would also improve the accountability directly to Londoners for those services. If we don't take this step, then frankly, the Williams-Shapps plan for rail is simply tinkering with London's train set rather than taking the grown-up decisions that are needed. And the plan acknowledges and agrees that the TfL model works, so why not use it directly? So with this motion, we're asking the Secretary of State for Transport to confirm that franchise management of London suburban rail lines should be devolved for TfL. to TfL. So let's start talking the detail of this so we can actually make it happen after so many years.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai, do you wish to second?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Members, I could not agree more with everything that my colleague has said about this motion. The Williams-Shapps review, on one hand, praises TfL, who really have done great work on suburban rail with the overground system and TfL rail. And on the other hand, not allowing TfL to use that very expertise and to go further suburban rail routes and improve them to the benefit of all Londoners. In 2016, the Department of Transport announced a proposal to consult on transferring all rail services that operate wholly or mostly within Greater London into TfL's hands, as the franchises would be coming up for renewal. The Southern Transport Secretary talked about how TfL could make passengers' journeys better and about the importance of, quote, integrated seamless journeys, unquote, something only TfL can deliver. The Mayor of London at the time, the same Mayor of London now Prime Minister, said the following, and I quote, "Our railways have been the workhorse of the London and South East economy since Victorian times. They are key in the day-to-day lives of millions of people and vital to our future prosperity, and that is exactly why this new partnership is such a seminal moment. By working closely together and taking on these new services, we are going to emulate the success of the London Overground and give the entire capital and surrounding areas the services they truly deserve," unquote. So the question for the Prime Minister, Mr. Johnson, is why has he changed his mind so dramatically in just 5 years? If it made sense then to allow TfL to use his proven expertise and build on his success with the Overground, as he himself put it, then it makes sense to do so today. I ask myself and ask you, what has changed? Why has the government taken against TfL and against Londoners? And why has it failed to provide an adequate funding deal for TfL during the pandemic, when it is the only major city in Europe that doesn't receive a government grant, and yet despite that, its finances were in excellent shape until the pandemic hit us, caused ridership and therefore ticket revenue to drop through the floor. And I do mean excellent shape. At the beginning of 2020, TfL's finances were in much better shape than they were before under the previous mayor. This mayor had frozen fares, cut TfL's deficit by 71% and increased its cash reserves by 13%. But to return to my point, I would ask myself, why the government has worsened failing to fill TfL properly during this crisis, done more and attacked ordinary Londoners, taking away free travel for the young and the old. And again, I can only come back to one answer, one conclusion, that the Conservatives are no longer in control of London, and they know that they won't be again for years to come. And because of that, they would rather transfer control of suburban rail into the hands of Great British Railways, which is accountable to central government ministers, than to TfL with its success and proven track record, because it is accountable to a Labour mayor. And I say this, that Londoners are being punished for the temerity to vote Labour. I therefore urge you all to vote for this motion and have this Assembly lobby the government to do the right thing and give control of suburban rail to TfL, so that Londoners get the better journeys, better service, and integrated seamless journeys that the government, other than Mayor Boris Johnson, promised Londoners, but which they haven't delivered.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. I welcome this motion today. The extension of TfL Rail and London Overground has been an issue that has united previous mayors of London, and also there's been strong support cross-party on the Assembly. And the advantages of devolving franchise management to TfL are immense. And I'm going to quote the former Assembly member and Conservative MP Bob Neal, the MP for Bromley and Chislehurst, who said in 2019 it would mean greater alignment with TfL's tube, bus and tram services on fare levels, ease of interchange, timetabling, ticketing and passenger information systems on any measure. I believe it is a move that would improve customer experience. And he was absolutely right. And I'd also draw attention to the high levels of accessibility on London Overground, including the facility of turn up and go. That level of access for disabled people is so important, just doesn't exist on many other train services. But Bob Neal was also right in another respect. He was highly critical of the former Secretary of State Chris Grayling, who blocked the devolution of train franchises from as long ago as 2013, when, of course, Boris Johnson was Mayor of London. So, Assembly Member Desai, this goes back further than having a Labour Mayor. This was even when there was a Conservative Mayor. There were blocks to further devolution. if you give people a choice between train services run by some of the private train companies or the quality and frequency of service that we've seen provided by the London Overground, the reply would be quite simple. Londoners support that. And indeed, commuters outside of London do. If you look at people in Sevenoaks in Kent, desperate for TfL to run the train services. So it's not financial reasons that are stopping the devolution. It's actually dogma and a resentment of power being taken away from the Department for Transport. We must not repeat the mistakes of past Secretary of States for Transport. The Liberal Democrat Group fully supports this motion before us today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm surprised by some of the political comments because, of course, this group has always supported rail devolution, and we continue to do so. Therefore, we will be voting for this motion. I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Baker, would you like to sum up on what's been spoken, what's been said?
No, I think we're fine. I'll leave it there.
We're very grateful to you. I now put that motion to the Assembly, the motion in the name of Assembly Member Baker. All those in favour, please indicate.
That is unanimous, Chair.
It's unanimous. Yes, here we go. Thank you very much. The next motion to be considered is in the name of Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. Many of us would have received the motion about correspondence from Age Concern, an age-friendly London programme. And I think what we need to do, and what this motion is about, is putting on record that we all support it. I'm hoping we can get all-party support in terms of that. You will see that I am moving an alteration to the motion, Chair, in terms of the technicality. I will address the amendments in a minute in terms of what we've got. If you vote for this motion today, it's not in the motion, but Chair, I know sometimes you look for projects. I'm hoping that this is not a motion that's just passed for Christmas and forgotten about, that actually becomes a living motion for the London Assembly, that we actually set aside some time where we can come together and work out, without the competition and sharp elbows, what we could do and what we would collectively agree for older persons in London. I think it's not beyond doing that, and Chair, I can't think of a better person other than you using your good offices while you're there, and it can then be carried on by other chairs, because there is a lot that we could agree on. Now, older Londoners come in all shapes and sizes, and some are rich and some are poor and some are suffering and some are not, but they do need a voice. My nan was one of the £10 poms who went to Australia, and I remember visiting her, and she said, "It's a great day for me," because she held up a card and it said, "You are a senior citizen of the Victorian state and you have done your bit for this community, and we want to give you something back on that, and we give you respect." And it was a passing of right, and it was almost like a badge of honour. We don't have a badge of honour here. We don't actually go out to say what we think are the older people's contributions and the previous contributions they've made. Older people are making a massive contribution on volunteering, a massive contribution to caring, unpaid carers in many ways. They're supporting other families. Older people are still contributing in the workplace, and they do suffer discrimination and prejudice about their ages and what their worth and what they can bring to the table. So what we need to do in passing this motion is think about what we could do. What could we do collectively? What could we all agree on? And what we could do? We did a fantastic campaign. It caused some consternation amongst colleagues about loneliness. Now, I know loneliness doesn't just about older people, but in fact on older people has a disproportionate impact of ending their lives earlier in terms of some of those issues, that isolation, not having a contact there. We did that as an assembly, so that's what I'm looking for today. Now, can I just address the amendments in a friendly way, if I may? I have nothing against the disabled, and I think we should, and I think we've all done our bit in raising the voice of the disabled. Assembly Hall did it earlier on. You, Chair, have done it at various times embarrassingly so for some, but rightly so in some ways in the scrutiny process. Onka Sahota has done issues around health inequality and issues around that. The older people need a voice against some aspects of the bureaucracy and the services that are provided by them. There are some issues, right? There are some issues. So in that sense, I say to the Conservatives, look, let's bring forward something on disability, but let's do it collectively together and talk, and I'd be the first to do it. Don't do this amendment. Therefore, I don't want to accept the issues of disability, not because I think it's wrong for this motion. I think we should do it for that, and we should look at all ages. And I might want to add in 10 penneth about learning disability as well, because ever there's a section of society of people with learning difficulties treated appallingly by some of the institutions that we've been part of or should be part of, then I want to do that, and I'm happy to do it in an all-party way of bringing forward something on. But let's distinguish between some of our ongoing scrutiny that we do in terms of political scrutiny, call it what you like and where it is. Let's keep that, I don't think different, but let's keep it in the right places. So on the disabled one, that's why I'm saying no to that. Now on the step 3 issues and some of the issues about these car parks, I think they're important issues, but we've got other ways to raise those issues. I understand why you've moved the motion, and I'm not particularly anti in that sense, but I don't think this is the appropriate place to do it. I genuinely don't. I'm not doing it in a party political sense. Don't need to protect the mayor on this particular occasion. He can look after himself or not in terms of mayoral decisions. So I'm urging probably not to accept that amendment, but not in a party political bit. I think just in terms of dealing with the issues and the way that I've tried to outline a way forward. Chair, I move this motion. I hope we can all do it. I hope my Conservative colleagues respect why I've come back to them on that, but I'm happy to work on them, and there'll be many others on my side who will work with them on disability and learning difficulty issues. So, Chair, I move the motion. I hope everyone can support, or if it's moved as well.
Assembly.
Will second it and reserve my right.
Thank you very much. There is an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd first like to thank Assembly Member Duval for bringing such an important motion to this plenary meeting. The beauty of London is it belongs to so many communities, and it sometimes feels our older population and their amazing contributions are overlooked without a light shone on them. But I have to say that beauty of London and its diversity is also its challenge, and those challenges too often fall on the elderly and disabled population. And the reason for this amendment, Chair, is where the motion quite rightly mentions the importance of step-free access. We must not forget the important link this plays in proposed new developments. And I accept what Assembly Member Duval has said, and I'll address that at the end. At a time of growing awareness of environmental responsibilities, there is more and more emphasis on carless travel and carless developments, especially near public transport hubs. But building for the future means building homes for our ageing and vulnerable populations, and that means that transport must be accessible. So we cannot isolate future generations and make it unable for them to get about London. And to ensure that we do that, TfL and new developments must work hand in glove. Recently, the Mayor passed the mall development in Walthamstow, much to the dismay of locals. And in part, one of the reasons they're upset is that it is a cars-free development with almost 50 accessible units, but there is so far no guarantee on funding for step-free access at Walthamstow. So that's almost 550 new homes and not one currently suitable for our elderly population. Now in Redbridge, an even larger plan for an over 1,200 homes has just been approved by the council next to Goodmay Station, again a car-free development. The plans illustrate that a new step-free access point to Goodmay Station should be able to support the transport needs of those developments. Again, TfL have said that they are unable to fund the maintenance of this new entrance. If we are to truly make London an age-free city, we cannot build older Londoners out of our city. And so I accept what Councillor Duval says today. I will still obviously be supporting my motion, but this is a very important issue and it is timely with these developments still going for approval to the Mayor, and I hope we can pick that up after. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
I so second and reserve my right.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up and support the part of the motion which highlights the economic impact of the pandemic on older Londoners. This week I met with the London Chamber of Commerce and this is clearly a key concern for them. 1/4 of people furloughed during the pandemic have been over 50 and over 50s have seen the highest increase in redundancies during the pandemic. Now, older people often have caring responsibilities and once they lose their jobs, it's incredibly difficult to get back into work, let alone get the same salary and seniority. This is such a waste of skills and experience. The Mayor has responsibility for adult education and training must be at the heart of this solution. Now, I know as I work as a teacher that equipping people with skills and support is the answer. I therefore support the motion to an extent, but call on the Mayor to do far more to address the issues of unemployment for older Londoners. It will help them, it will help our whole economy, but there are some issues that we do have with the motion as it is.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to address the motion and then go to amendment. I really welcome that this motion has been drawn. For those of you who don't know, for much of my professional life, I volunteered as a chair of a 60-plus day centre called a Pepper Pot. And as a youth worker, I was absolutely astonished at the way we treated older people. Because if you replicated that behaviour towards young people, the police would be involved very quickly. So I definitely think I'd really like to pick up on Assemblymember Duval's notion that this becomes a project for us here in the Assembly. We could be making a material positive impact on the lives of older people in London if we kept this running alongside our need to have political fights. I really do think that you're onto something very big there, Len. And the fact that you highlighted loneliness of one, not the main issue, but one of the really important issues really touched my heart. Because in the course of that work, I spoke to one of our members, one of our clients, and she said to me the centre was the only reason she was going on living. When I questioned her, she said, because of the contact I have with the people, the volunteers and your staff. And I tell you what, she nearly reduced me to tears in my own office. I had to excuse myself and go and cry somewhere else because it's so incredible that so many Londoners, older Londoners, live in this situation alone and isolated, and we need to do something about that. When it comes to the amendment, I would say this. There's a large overlap between our older people and people with disability, people with mobility issues and needing extra support to access. That's why I think this amendment is useful to this very powerful motion. So I will be supporting the amendment, but regardless, I feel we can and should support the motion because it gives us a real focal point to go forward and help some of the older people in our communities in London. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Prince, do you want to come in on the amendment as the seconder?
Yes, thank you. I'm not quite sure, Assembly Member Duval, why you feel unable to accept the addition of disabled people in this. Sorry, I'm not quite sure, Assembly Member Duval, why you cannot accept the inclusion of disabled into your motion, because they are in many ways the same. They're vulnerable, and this is an ideal opportunity that we have to make it clear that we want to help those people to come out of the pandemic in the same way that we want to help older people as well. The example that Assembly Member Best gave in relation to Walthamstow and Goodmays in relation to step 3 was a very good one, because obviously the one in Goodmays is in my constituency, and it is very clear because of the location of the new entrance and exit for the station would be a massive improvement on what there is at the moment. It would not only save time and distance, it would also, certainly those travelling in one direction, would mean they would have to engage with no steps at all. And that must be a benefit for older people and for disabled people. I think just to go a bit further on the amendment, there is an issue here. When we have these high-rise developments, when we have this increased densification which we're getting across London, there are Section 106, there are seal availabilities where the developer can offer an improved station entrance or a better facility. But of course, most of those agreements only pertain to the capital cost of those improvements. And so I think the Mayor does need to give some consideration to that on how we can have a situation where there is a revenue element somehow or some way that TfL can maximise on that. Because these are one-off offers, really. The new station entrance is something that's not going to be offered after the development. It's a one-off opportunity, and it's an opportunity for TfL to improve the facilities for both elderly and disabled people. So I would ask Assembly Member Deval that you do consider at the very least including disabled in your motion, so that we can, as an Assembly, take this opportunity to show the people of London that we're right behind them.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Best to sum up on the amendment.
I'm okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Sheikh, would you like to speak?
Chair, I'll be brief, and I believe Assembly Member Duval will be speaking to the amendments as he already has done, but I just wanted to say that I think we're all in agreement at the essence of this motion, that it's a starting point. We're all committed to making London an age-friendly city. We're all committed to uplifting, I should be standing, shouldn't I? We're all committed to uplifting older Londoners, and I really liked the term that Assembly Member Duval used as, finding ways to create badges of honours for our older Londoners who often can get left behind. And I think it was helpful for other Assembly members to draw attention to, especially in the context of COVID-19, the hardships that they faced, but also the other Assembly members who've drawn sort of the examples that we can learn from intergenerational learning that can come from uplifting older Londoners. So I think we agree with the spirit. I can hear clearly that this is a starting point, that there should be a project that we should build on, looking at how together intergenerationally we can uplift older Londoners and create that shared learning. Thank you.
Thank you. And Assembly Member Duval to sum up.
Look, we can't afford to lose this powerful resource of older Londoners, and it's not a question of going on there. It's a bit like some of those old attitudinal culture issues not so long ago where women and the workplace actually economic development for further enhancement says no, women shouldn't be excluded from the workplace. They need to be in the workplace. Older people need to be in the workplace. And the Assembly member that mentioned about the over 50s and holding the Mayor to account, I want to hold the Mayor to account, but I have a bit more of an ambition. That doesn't say that you're wrong. And my ambition is that we, as an institution, the London Assembly, advocate in Parliament if we can get agreement, advocate in local government around older people as well, if we can get agreement around that. We're all under pressure. We've all got choices to make and priorities to make. And some of those issues, but we've got to be ambitious and we've got to be there as an institution about which side are we on. Now look, on the disabled and learning disability, not all our older people are disabled, and yet there is a lot of frailty and there are older people that are disabled, but it's not all. I think we need something special on that, and that's not to say that, and I'm quite happy to work on that, and I get it. So if you start looking collectively what we've done over the years on disabled, either individually or what we've done in this forum, there is a need for doing that, and there is a need for an institution speak out for it and to advocate where we can get agreement. Our party politics sometimes will get in the way, other times it won't. There'll be things that will go through Parliament, even that your government be proposing, that you say actually experience on the ground might be slightly different, because that's what MPs do. We can, if it, I used to do it when there was a Labour government a long time ago, but the issue then is really that answers, I think, Assembly Members Assembly Member Prince. Look, I thought Assembly Best hit on it. There's an old number of issues of where we should be designing and planning spaces for people that should be able to access them and designing in a different way. And we should be planning some of those issues, for the issues around climate change as well. We're going too slow on those issues. So I take what you said, but I do think I'd like to move in a different way on it. But I do understand why you're saying there's a sense of urgency about it. And I was taking something about Keith Prince says, look, Chair, you have an option. We on this side won't have a view. No one's saying it shouldn't happen. You just want to fast track and take an opportunity of where that set free could take place by enable that redevelopment process to do. You, Chair, could write a letter on behalf of this Assembly and do that without doing an amendment. Without doing an amendment to it. It doesn't detract. Like I've said, I'm not detracting from what you're saying or what Councillor Prince said, but there's a different way of doing it. So I don't mind that if that was done, and I don't mind any of us, because if there's an opportunity to get something that makes sense, because there's a development going on and it's not happening in that way, then why don't we write a letter and say it's a concern? Because we all want step-free access to be done as quickly as possible. It only becomes a problem if there isn't that cash there or why, but there are choices. And then we can bring it back into the scrutiny process if the wrong choice is made in our mind. So I don't mind that, but you, Chair, could do a letter separately this, and I would endorse that you urge that you take those opportunities that arise when developments are taking place. So I would still resist the amendment, and I do, but not in a way that I'm anti what you're trying to do. I just want to make that clear in that sense. So that's the ambition. That's the ambition for individuals around this table, but also collectively for the London Assembly. It will be good for us to do this advocacy. We know it's required. There is no individuals doing it. We've got people working in isolation. There's a great organisation that's there waiting for us. I think we need to step up for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if we can put the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Best to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against, Chair. That falls.
I'll now put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion in the name of Assembly Member Duval, please indicate.
That is unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a motion in the name of Assembly Member Pidgeon, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And this follows on from the discussion we've just been having about disability, and I do hope we can get a motion perhaps to a future plenary on that issue. On Wednesday, the 26th of February 2020, a passenger train struck and fatally injured a person who had just fallen from platform 1 of Eden Park Station. The person, who had impaired vision, moved near to and fell from the platform edge, probably because his visual impairment meant he was unaware that he was close to this edge. The platform to edge was not fitted with markings intended to assist visually impaired people. These are not my words, but that of the Rail Accident Investigation Branch in the summary report on this fatality. The man, whose name is Cleveland Gervais, had his life cut short almost certainly because the very basic safety measure of tactile paving was not present at the time. A life was ended and his partner and many others mourn his loss. Since the fatality in Beckenham, I have been looking into the wider issue, and I was staggered to discover that as of last year, over a third of platform lengths across the country do not have tactile paving. And the list of stations with platforms without tactile paving even includes stations owned and managed by Network Rail, including Waterloo, Charing Cross. And incredibly, we even have situations where stations have tactile paving on some platforms but not on others, which adds to more confusion for those who rely on it. And for far too long, the provision of tactile paving has been merely an afterthought and often only been installed when a station is being upgraded. It's not been treated as a basic safety measure that should just routinely be installed, irrespective of what else is planned at a station. And as a result of this oversight, there has possibly been a further 2 fatalities, according to RNIB. And certainly RAIB believe people with sight loss make up to 9 to 15% of people who fall from station platforms. So we need tactile paving at 100% of our stations as soon as possible, because the ability to travel independently and safely is not too much to ask. It's a basic right. Now, this motion is calling for the rail industry to address its past failings, but I'm not trying here to bash Network Rail. Network Rail is engaging on this issue, and I think particular credit goes to Peter Hendy on this. And I welcome how they have openly admitted the seriousness of this issue, and they've not held back in providing the detailed data on it. But we now have a commitment to installing this, but it's not until 2029. 8 years is far too long to wait, and quite rightly, Guide Dogs, RNIB and a wide range of disability organisations are now calling for urgent action. And I hope today we can join them and send out a very clear message to the Department for Transport and Network Rail that there is urgency here, ensuring we make every train platform safe within around 4 years must be achieved. It must happen. And I'm grateful for Ellie Baker to second this motion today. I hope we can send out a really strong and united message. Now, sadly, for Cleveland and everyone who knew him, we can't turn the clock back, but we can at least push to make our stations much safer for everyone. I hope we can have unanimous support today. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, would you like to contribute?
Thanks. I really welcome this motion from Assembly Member Pigeon. I do just want to briefly second it and speak to it because of its wider importance and because it's a subject close to my heart. One of my responsibilities just before my election was to support disabled trade union members to organise and campaign, and accessibility of the transport network was a constant concern. And this is not just about safety on the transport network, although Assembly Member Pigeon has highlighted the terrible impact that can have when that goes wrong. Because it's if you do not feel safe on the transport network, then surely it's going to affect your likelihood of using it. And that's not just down to essential physical adjustments, but the vital support of station staff when you're travelling. So we should be considering, when we're looking at economic recovery, at the lower levels of employment within people with visual impairments and disabled people overall. And it's the least we can do to make sure that we make the transport network as accessible as possible, including tactile paving wherever we can.
Thank you, Assembly Member Baker. Nobody else is... Assembly Member Hall.
Just to say that TfL has done a good job on the installation of tactile paving on its rail platforms, and Network Rail should do what it can to match. So we support this.
Thank you. Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Pigeon, do you want to come back? I'll therefore put the motion in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
That is unanimous, Chair.
That to me looks unanimous. Yes, thank you very much. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. I want to tell you all about the most amazing group of people I met earlier this year. They're a group of care workers living and working in London, but from all over the world, from Eritrea, Colombia, Jamaica, France, Spain, just to name a few. And I met these care workers with a trade union called Voices of Workers Unite. This is a small independent trade union that is there for migrant workers and precarious workers. Now, I had an amazing day with them, dancing in the snow on the picket line, and although it was very joyful, the situation was quite grim. All these workers were asking for was a basic London living wage. And what did their employers give them in return? Free complimentary pizza. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only person in the chamber who is incredulous about what is happening with care workers across London. These people are skilled workers. They're working really hard in incredibly difficult situations and risking their lives. And they're returned? Well, across London, the average wage of a care worker is just £8.50 an hour. We need to support and love these people who support and love the people that we love. They're making an incredible sacrifice, and all this work is vital to our recovery. I also want to acknowledge in my motion the amendment by Assembly Member Sheikh incredibly important, also talking about the work of unpaid carers. And we really need to acknowledge their contribution too, so thank you for that. My motion calls on the Mayor to write to all councils to follow his lead in saying that no one should be directly employed by a council who is not paid at least London living wage, and this includes contractors and service providers. And finally, I'm speaking to you this week, which is National Carers Week, and we've all been out there celebrating their extraordinary achievements. We've given them unified clapping and positive tweets, but this is not enough. They need meaningful contributions, and that can start with a basic and real London living wage. Please join me in supporting these care workers and make sure that you support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, would you like to second?
Formally.
Formally. We have a couple of amendments. I'm going to call on Assembly Member Best first to propose her motion, her amendment, excuse me.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Assembly Member Polanski. It's a fantastic motion which I wholeheartedly support. Carers must absolutely be paid the London living wage as a minimum, and I hope that councils of all colours recognise that in response to today's call. But the problem runs... the work of our city's carers is exceptional. It's hard, gruelling, and at times financially unmanageable for both them and their families. I know this firsthand as my wife was a carer for many years. For minimum wage, she would race between calls, only paid when she was in someone's house, may I add, be hit, pinched and scratched by those suffering with dementia, peg feed seriously ill patients who would beg to die, and wash, feed and provide small comfort to many whom she would become their closest confidant and friend in times of desperation. While the London living wage would have been a small comfort in place of the minimum wage she received, it pales in comparison to the parking charges which were crippling for her and her colleagues. On this issue, I've spoken to carers in Wharf and Forest, and this is still an issue. They've begged for assistance from the council and confirm it is still the largest financial issue they face. Imagine you've parked in a time with a limited slot and then have to go and provide life-ending care while worrying about a parking ticket. A parking ticket that, if received, will eliminate your entire day's wage. Depending on schedules, it can be impossible for carers to get to appointment by public transport, especially when travelling at 6 a.m. in the morning or 11 p.m. at night. They need to drive, they need to park, they need to be able to do their job without fear that a 10-minute delay at a visit will cost them a day's wage. And now with the ULEZ expansion, many carers in outer London boroughs, unable to afford a newer vehicle and unable to use a different mode of transport, will have to work almost 2 hours to pay off the unavoidable charge to provide essential services for our capital's most vulnerable residents. Chair, as you found on your visit to the Blossom Gardens, this is the greatest concern to London's key workers at the moment. So yes, we want to achieve a London living wage, but I hope that this Assembly recognises that there are some powerful policies that we can implement from the GLA that will help our carers today. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey to second.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague, Assembly Member Best, said it very accurately, and we welcome this notion. It's so powerful, but I don't think it can be overstated how powerfully these costs affect people who do this work. When I was working with the Pepper Pot, using that specialist care, the difference it made to our members was incredible. And if we can't help them control this cost, not only do the workers suffer, but so do the most vulnerable Londoners who are being cared for suffer. So the points that are being made by this amendment, I cannot tell you how much I endorse, because they will really make it easier for the workers to deliver the quality of work that they want to deliver to the most vulnerable Londoners. And if you are in your car, particularly in outer London, where the distances are bigger, you are not paid unless you are in somebody's house working, where those two pressures are top of your mind. If you cannot solve that problem, the people you care for suffer. This is our opportunity to help the care for the most vulnerable Londoners be at the highest quality possible by addressing this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh, could you propose your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair, and we wanted to thank Assemblymember Polanski for bringing this important motion, especially during Carers Week. We wanted to obviously draw on the fact that many of us know that the London living wage here is based on the cost of living and ensures that workers are paid a fair wage that they can actually live on. And we want to draw a clear comparison and clear water between the government's national living wage, which has cynically been rebranded the national minimum wage, a cynical rebranding of the national minimum wage, and does not provide Londoners enough to live on or survive on, let alone thrive on. I wanted to also highlight the issues around the government's lack of enforcement of the national minimum wage, particularly this week as the government announced a watchdog to create and tackle abuse on unscrupulous employers and name and shame big brands that turn a blind eye to exploitation of workers. We are concerned that this announcement is heavy on spin and light on action. I'm sure we can all agree that as an assembly we want to stand up for Londoners who are not being paid the London living wage, and put pressure on the government, who are the ones that enforce the national minimum wage, to make sure this new task force does exactly what it's set up and supposed to be doing. Now, we can from City Hall, along with the Mayor, encourage all employers to pay the London living wage and promote the good business care for this and the importance of this on employees' well-being, and once again, to go beyond surviving to thriving. But we also want to highlight, as it's Carers Week, that unpaid carers, the unpaid carers and the carers allowance is the lowest benefit of its kind at £67.25 per week, which is frankly not enough to live on. This is why we are adding a call on the Chair of the Assembly to write to the Chancellor Rishi Sunak to award a £20 a week supplement to carers entitled to carers allowance to match the increases awarded to those on universal credit as being campaigned on by Carers UK. I urge colleagues to accept this amendment today so that we can all have a cross-party agreement in ensuring Londoners are paid for fair days' work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper to second.
Formally second, reserve my right.
Thank you. If we could now go back, no other indications to Assembly Member. Who should we go back to? Assembly Member Best to sum up. We'll do the replies afterwards. Assembly Member Best to sum up, please.
I will, unfortunately, sorry guys, but just because I think it's important to make clear that I don't speak for me, I speak on behalf of experiences of carers across London. Many of you will note the number of controlled parking zones in your area. Please, for a second, think how that hinders the work of carers. To have a London living wage would be about an extra £10 a day, which would be fantastic. But note, the charges of the congestion zone and the ULEZ are higher than that. Note, if you get a parking ticket, that is £65. This has happened in our household. It causes serious damage to our carers, and the fear they have when they're in those homes, knowing that a 10-minute delay could wipe out an entire day's wage, is horrendous. And we are the ones that can do something about that. So please consider, this is not me asking you, this is the carers of London. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Sheikh, do you want to sum up? Thank you. And we've Assembly Member Russell, you reserved your right, Aid. You're content. Assembly Member Polanski, if you could sum up and also indicate whether or not you'll be accepting any of these amendments.
Thank you, Chair. So taking the two amendments in turn, I will be accepting Assembly Member Sheikh's amendment, as I indicated in my speech. Assembly Member Best, thank you very much for your kind words about my motion, and also a genuine thanks to your partner too for the contribution she's given as a care worker. I think my argument is similar to Assembly Member Duval's argument earlier about another motion, which is the amendment is essentially talking about a different issue, which is a transport issue. What this motion is really looking to do is just very simple, which is to ask for a London living wage for everyone who is directly employed by any council and also service contractors or providers. The final thing I'd just say in summing up is I want us to think about the people we're talking about here. And this people, because of demographics, are at higher risk than most groups and most occupations. Quite simply because they're in proximity with people, but also the demographics. Over a quarter of them are aged over 55 and over, and many are from diverse communities across London. So once again, please do support them and back this motion. Thank you.
Now that the Labour amendment has been adopted by yourself, we now have to go to a vote on the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Best. So all those in favour of the amendment by Assembly Member Best, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Sorry, Chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favour, Chair.
Thank you. And all those against the amendment?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, Chair. It's been a long meeting.
No, it can't.
Votes against, Chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 against, Chair. That falls.
Can I now take an indication from the Assembly on the motion as now amended?
Correct,
all those in favour, please indicate.
That's all those in favour. That's 1. No?
I thought we were voting for it.
Right. Votes in favour are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 votes in favour of the substantive as altered, Chair. Are there any votes against?
All those against?
No votes against, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the last motion of the day in the name of Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope the Assembly has been noting my restraint in not contributing to all the debates so far and will indulge me in putting forwards the case for this motion now with a few minutes. The Victorian era was when we first recognised and started to take action on the important things that create a public health friendly environment in cities. In that period, we introduced building standards, we built public toilets and municipal swimming pools and baths and created the first public parks and libraries. Many of these public parks still act as the green lungs they were originally intended to be, providing us with space away from overcrowded homes and a place to breathe clean air, which has never been more important than this year. And that's why this motion is important and it's very timely in terms of policy. Alongside Assembly Member Garrett, I've brought it to the Assembly in response to the campaign and petition started by a range of groups from across London. The Metropolitan Parks and Gardens Association, the London Skyline Campaign, Save Britain's Heritage, London Wildlife Trust, Stop the Blocks, the London Gardens Trust, Lambeth Village and the Garden Museum. These organisations and the more than 9,000 people who've already signed their petition are concerned at the impact of two measures in planning policy, now also written into the Mayor's draft supplementary planning guidance on good quality homes. Both relate to the amount of sunlight and daylight homes and green spaces get, and part of our job is to bring the voice of Londoners into City Hall and bring their concerns to the attention of the Mayor. And so we should listen as an Assembly and ask for the changes they've requested. The current and proposed planning guidance permits high-rise developments to overshadow existing public places for up to 22 hours a day on the year's two equinoxes in March and September. This means outside of those times during the winter, they are in shadow for 24 hours a day. Now, the guidance is wrong. I think, by saying up to 22 hours, that they're essentially saying a 2-hour minimum. That may be the intention of this measure, to ensure that some sunlight is included in spaces in new developments. But it should never have been used to normalise the overshadowing of existing public places, and this is what is happening now. The new supplementary planning guidance is a chance for the Mayor to clarify, put this right and prevent further losses of light to green spaces, and that's what we're asking for. And then the second aspect that the new draft guidance formalises is, according to the BRE expert who wrote it, an error of interpretation too, and if adopted and not clarified and improved, will lead to very low protection of daylight within homes. This is not good enough either. Gloomy homes are bad for you. Now, daylight is a requirement for good physical and mental health. We know that vitamin D deficiency results if you don't get enough. We know that it could impact on depression and mood and alertness, the sleep cycle. All of these things are very, very important. And there's inequalities dimension to this too. I've seen for myself how people living on the ground floor of blocks Often people with mobility issues, older people living on those ground floor flats are suffering the most when you build tall new buildings next to them. We need to protect these people. We need to listen to campaigners. I think it's correct to be putting in this recommendation to the Mayor at this time and seeing what he says about it. So please join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Garrett, would you like to second?
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak now, if I may. Just to add to the points made by Assemblymember Berry in her excellent proposing speech, it's a motion about light and about green spaces. And green spaces aren't just something that you colour in on a site drawing. We've all seen them on plans that come forward to Planning Committee. It's a living space. And those artist impressions drawn for new developments, it's very easy to whip out a green felt tip pen and put in some lawn and some bushes. But for those areas to actually flourish, it's not enough just to colour them in on a picture. You know, on a day like today, you can imagine on one of those artist impressions, the bumblebees buzzing in those little flowers and things that they've drawn. But for that to actually happen, the green space requires light. It's a living space that doesn't just exist as a drawing. And without plants, you don't have a green space at all, because the plants can't grow without that light. And that's one of the reasons why, when we see those artist impressions, when they become real, and you notice that the reality doesn't quite look like the picture, one of the reasons why is that the plants aren't thriving and growing in the way that they were in the picture, because you can't just order them to grow. You can't just instruct some builders to deploy them, you know, like a wall of bricks or something. And the conditions that plants require to thrive include water. They also include sunlight. And without sunlight, the plants become sad and stunted. And worse, what I fear is that seeing the sad state of the green space, someone later on comes along and decides that it would be easier to turn it into some hard landscaping, so then you get some tarmac and some gravel or astroturf, and not a green space, but a dead space. And so all of the benefits are lost, whether it's habitat for wildlife or habitat for the human inhabitants of our city. Whatever benefits that were hoped for are lost. And the proposed supplementary planning guidance would allow new buildings to leave existing residents and existing green spaces overshadowed, as Assemblymember Berry says, for half of the year, less than 2 hours of light per day, and in winter, no light at all falling on that space. You know, my fear is, which I think we would share, is that the quality of residents' life would be damaged by being overshadowed in that way. And I think it will damage London's green spaces and the biodiversity. And whether it's public space or private gardens being cast into shadow, the impact will be the same. And I don't think it was the intention of the policy to have that impact on people's lives and on our green spaces. But it feels to me inevitable that that's what would happen, because developers are allowed to push the envelope in this way to provide so little light. It feels inevitable that that will then happen. And we're not just talking about, you know, one tall building in a lower rise area. We're talking about, it would have to be a wall of buildings. Think about how much tall building you'd require to be left in the winter with no daylight at all, and for half the year with less than 2 hours of sunlight falling. I think the impact on people's lives and on biodiversity would be extreme. And so I would urge you to support this motion for the reasons that Assemblymember Berry gave, and hopefully some of the reasons I've given, and urge the Mayor to rethink this policy and allow more light to fall on our green spaces and on our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. Look, we want to be clear that the Labour Group are absolutely committed to ensuring light reaches all dwellings in London and the habitats around it. We agree discussions around access to light for Londoners is paramount, and we think an issue of importance like this should be discussed in detail at committee, so we will be referring this motion to committee and abstaining on it here at plenary. However, we also want to address some of the issues that we have with the motion. So firstly, we want to be clear that the Mayor is already improving on existing guidance for daylight, sunlight and overshadowing by introducing an advisory minimum amount of daylight that should reach dwellings and ensure developers are pushed in the right direction. Now, we agree, looking at this impact and the minimum amount on habitats and ecosystems is indeed something that we are invested in doing, and again, modelling that requires to do this proper investigation and discussion should be had at committee stage. And that's exactly why we reached out to you this week and suggested this motion be brought to committee, so that we can work with you to investigate this further and ascertain the best way of ensuring this guidance protects both green spaces whilst helping us build the homes that we need for London's future. However, we also want to address another aspect of this motion that needs to be rebuffed quite clearly, and this is that it states that the guidance would allow new buildings to reduce the daylight in neighbouring buildings to less than half the existing building research establishment standard. Now, the Mayor's Office is currently in discussion with the BRE, and we would absolutely, and they would absolutely not be putting out guidance that is contradictory to its standards. In fact, we can state clearly that the proposed SPGs do not reduce existing standards of sunlight, either for open spaces or housing, but it aspires to improve them. Pushing developers in the right direction to meet the BRE standards is vital, and that is exactly the aim of adopting these standards into the London Plan. So as it stands, we know that, and you'll all know this, the BRE standards are purely advisory, and therefore many applications across the capital are approved without meeting these standards, and that, again, that's exactly why integrating them into the London Plan, the GLA is strengthening these standards and, once again, pushing developers in the right direction. So rather than today sitting here rewriting this motion through a barrage of amendments and going back and forth on technicalities, we want to continue this important discussion, and we believe the best place to do that is at committee. So we make a formal recommendation that this is referred to committee, and the Labour Group will be abstaining on it today. Thank you, Chair.
So, do I have to take that first?
First, were there any other speakers, Chair?
Yeah.
To refer it, and then a statement that there would be an abstention. I don't understand.
Well, I think you were on the
Yeah.
basis of two possibilities. You were, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So if you don't refer, you're going to abstain.
Precisely.
I understood that.
So there's a proposal to refer that we then vote
And
on like it was an amendment.
proposal I'm now going to put to the Assembly.
Thank you.
Is it
I refer seconded because I will formally second that. I know we did this recently when I referred something to the Economy Committee,
Okay.
and I know that people felt that it.
Do you want a second?
Yes, I just want to explain why. I know that Caroline Russell, Assembly Member Russell, and myself spent an awful lot of time at the examination in public, and planning issues can be very technical and can be very complex. And we think, again, and I know some people felt that we wanted it to go to the Economy Committee to sort of brush something away. Actually, we had two very good discussions there about the other issue that we referred then. We would like to have a full discussion of this issue. It's not that we're against the contents of it, but we feel that it's not something that we can do justice to in a short debate with a few sort of 2-minute speeches. Thank you, Chair. That's why we would like to refer it.
Thank you for that. I'll now put that proposal to the Assembly to refer the item back to committee. All those in favour?
That's 10 in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 against, Chair.
But I should have had the opportunity to speak against that, I think.
I do apologise.
It's okay. If it hadn't been, I'd have projected it.
I didn't see any waving hands. So sorry about that. I do apologise. But you probably got the outcome you wanted, didn't you?
So I won't complain too much.
So we've saved a little time. If I can now go back to the proposer of the original motion, I think I'm doing it in the right order. Assembly Member Berry, to sum up.
No,
You'll pass on that. I'll now put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion in Assembly Member Berry's name?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
No votes against, Chair.
Thank you, and that concludes that motion. Can I now move on to the proposed delegation of authority to the Chair of the Assembly? The Assembly is asked to agree to delegate authority to the Chair of the Assembly in consultation with the Deputy Chair and party group leaders to approve the Assembly's response to the Government's call for evidence regarding virtual meetings, noting that a response may form a joint submission on behalf of the Mayor and the Assembly and other bodies of the GLA group. Can we agree above that above delegation? The date of the next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place on Thursday the 24th of June. In regards to any other urgent business, no urgent business has been received. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.